62. That is the goal. Let me just set up one more thing. We're almost like maybe 10 seconds, not even that long. I just have to write, in case there's a part of the stream I want to clip, I need to have a notes for that. I'm very organized so I can go back in time. Today is the 16th. Okay, so everything's set up. Thank you guys for bearing with me there. And that's all I have to do. So we're going to get started instantly and see how we can do today. I did a lot of puzzles today. For those who don't know, I am training and like streaming content like at the same time. So I spent most of the first part of the day like actually practicing. I did a lot of puzzles and I did a lot of games earlier. So right now usually I get on the stream not warmed up. I say that to say I'm warmed up today. So I really feel like we can hit 62. I've been doing some hard puzzles. I like 2400 on lead chess puzzles now. So I really feel pretty good. We're going to take this. Alright. Alright, their knight slides here. This is going to be a free knight here on a6. The queen's going to slide over there and taking that. The bishop moves up. We have checkmate here on h7. Okay. Now all we have here is the knight sliding in. What's going on, Southern? Appreciate you joining in as usual. You've been a lot consistently, it feels like. Yeah, checkmate here with the pawn and the queen. Alright, that's perfect. The bishop is down. This is mate in 1 as the king can go nowhere right now. We have the first 8. This is a mate in 1 again. We have the first 9. Mate in 1 again. The first 10. Awesome. Alright. Now the queen can select. I've been doing pretty good today. I was up and down with rated play. I ended up going 4 and 5. So like not amazing. But like the losses were really like self-inflicted. Sounds like I'm making an excuse, but it was more like I couldn't, like I would have a draw or one position and I just did something stupid. So I'm trying to stop do that. And it was good. Like I realized that and I won the last couple. I'm like, okay. So I realized the issue. Just make sure I don't lose focus like at any point during it. Let's see. The rook here to h7 check. Rook down here to h2, and then rook down here, and then we take here on c1. I'm building. I wouldn't mind if you allow me. What do you mean, Ahmad repertoire? And what's going on, Eliza? But their queen's here on f7. What can we do? Let's see. How do we get the win? I guess the bishop can slide here. And there's a check, and there should be a checkmate. Alright, check here, and then checkmate here on d2. Alright, they go up here to h6. I think bishop captures knight, and then queen captures, and you take the rook here in the corner. Alright, next, the queen's here in the center of the board. The queen looks like it's almost trapped. Oh, okay, I see. But yeah, what's going on, red? Knight can go back here. No, that doesn't make any sense. Here, bishop in doesn't work. Yeah, I can, I'll do that real quick. Let's see. Let me give me 1 second, and I'll pull that up. This puzzle, oops, sorry. That was not intentional. But this puzzle, not sure. I'm not exactly sure how I want to do this one. Let's see here. Okay, just did that there. Alright, this one I'm not sure. The queen looks like it's somewhat. It should be a trap somewhere. Here's a knight move. Here. Oh wait, maybe is it there? Here. And then it looks like there should be something in this order. What? That is crazy. Queen? Really? Queen, king slides. Oh my god, yeah. I don't know how I didn't get that thing. Yes, it is there. I saw the queen move, but I missed that the knight could just sit there. Yeah, everyone saw that. That one took not even too long. I just didn't find that one. Here, rook's gonna take, and the queen's trapped. If there's any puzzle you guys want me to go back over, I definitely can. So red, today I'm not doing games. Today's just a puzzle day, so just trying to get, and then box zero, appreciate the likes, just trying to get up. I was hoping for a live today like 10 minutes ago. Man, I answered the call. I was making a video 10 minutes ago. So that's, actually no, I made the video. I was making a thumbnail That's why I got on a little bit later. Takes more time when I'm trying to make it look really nice. It's definitely easier when I just throw it together. It's been a while since I've done that. It used to be like a 2-minute process. Now it takes a little bit longer. But yeah, only 1012 isn't bad either though. But I think queen down, queen down here, check. Oh, I'm trying not to do. I need to do arrows to show you, but I don't want to mess up my visualization. But the idea is queen f1, or I guess I see it already. So it's queen f1 and they go up, and then you move, and they go down, and you slide in. But yeah, check, and then here. Because I noticed I was doing puzzles earlier. I've been doing it on stream so much. I'm starting to draw arrows too much. So I'm trying to cut back on it. But you go up and then there's checkmate. But yeah, I do need to, I guess I have to find a balance because I have to show it to some extent. But the first thing I'm seeing here is you take the knight. You're up a minor piece. They take your queen. You take, I don't see after rook takes bishop how that works, honestly. I'm not really sure how you could possibly do that. I would think so. Queen captures g5, bishop captures g5, bx d1, rx d1, and then wow. Why am I stuck on 19? I've done so many harder puzzles today, but right now I'm stuck. Okay, I'm up a minor piece already. Oh, okay, I get it. I'm already up a minor piece. I'm like, how can you possibly do this? But you're already up one. This I have to do a material count before you start playing the game. Because had I done that, it probably made a lot more sense. And you drop back and you take this now. Yeah, I was just trying to equal it. But the thing is, you're already up a piece. And queen can go here. Yeah, I agree with that. I at first did not use arrows at all. And then someone asked me, I was like, well, yeah, I guess I probably should show. I know not everyone is... I've been playing chess for a while, so not everyone's able to. So, but I also am starting to do it too much in doing that. So I'll do a mix. I won't do it all. Appreciate that, Morphe. I won't do it the whole time, but I will definitely do it for the more complex one. This one is just queen g4 and queen g7, I believe. Yeah, the king can only slide over. Yeah, let me make you solve that. So you see the king's in the corner. You know this is a light square diagonal tactic because the king can only move to a light square. You control the file already, so queen b3, and then that's just it. Yeah, because they can only block, and you take here, and then you take here. All right, next. Honestly, I think it's just rook a8 because rook a8, rook d8, rook x e7, king f8, rook x d8 checkmate at the end there. So here, and then you take, and then they slide over, and there's mate. Another one where mate should be pretty easy to get because you see the king is limited due to the rook being on f2. Also, I guess you could just take the queen. Yeah, queen d7. There might be a mate, but you can definitely win the queen with just the queen d7 check. Is there more? Well, either way, this is probably the first move. Yeah, and you take this here. Yeah, because the queen's just hanging there. Things to do. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. Glad I made it to the background noise. That's a huge compliment. And then Mountains, appreciate the likes and the follow from Mountains. But the rook has slid up here to c6. So what do we have? There's a free bishop. Is that really it? I mean, there is just a bishop sitting there on b4. Wow. That's all I see. So let me make sure I'm not missing it. Because rook over, you could just go king here. Yeah, I'm just gonna take this. Okay, they slide over. Maybe what they're trying to get you to see is you can't go king d1 because if you do, then knight takes. So do you just go king up? Yeah, that's all you have to do for that one. This is a fun mate. So what you might be looking at this side of the file, this side of the H file. What you should be staring at immediately is the fact that the king cannot go to g5. Right, that's the first thing I noticed in this puzzle. The king can't go there, so the king can only move up and down on the H file. And because of that, you know that it has to be a move that is a lateral attack. And for this one, the queen could just slide here as the king can't go back because it's a queen, you know. It has diagonal covered. And then Nathan, appreciate the follow. And then they can't go back up, so it's queen here. All right, next. This is a mate in 2. Yeah, this is mate in 2. This is more of a mate pattern that you need to learn. Or I guess everyone should know. Lidio, appreciate the follow. And happy, is it belated before? I guess if you're here on the 18th, I can say happy birthday again. But I don't know if you say belated before. I think you say it after. But that's exciting. A fun birthday, a milestone birthday for you. But it's just G3 because it's check. And then I'll just show that real quick. G3, that check idea. And then wherever they go, it's just rook down here, checkmate at the end. Alright, let's go to this next one. We're at the first 26. Their queen has slid over. Okay, is that... Well, it's just a free queen. That seems like that should not be a 1500 rated puzzle. This next one, though, a little bit more complex because, yeah, it's queen e5, but it's not because it's checkmate. So it's queen e5, f6, and you take on f6. The king can slide over, but you can't go queen g7 because of the rook. So you have to take on e6 check and then take the rook. So it's just winning material. It's not an actual checkmate. So here, but you can't go here because of the rook here. So you have to take here instead, and now you just want to win material here on c8. Now for this next one, I think it's bishop captures c6. Now what I'm paying the most attention to here is you are, yes, you're down, but this is, they can't save this, right? And if you take with check, it forces them to make a move, right? It's a natural initiative. Is it initiative? Tempo, yes, it's a natural tempo. So you take here, because it's check, they have to react to it. Take here, check again, and now, I wonder what does it matter which lead. I'm sure it does. I don't get why you could not take with both of these, but apparently, oh, you cannot. Oh no, I do get it. Yeah, if you take with the pawn, they have bishop here. Okay, that one does make sense. If you, yeah, I'll show that real quick. The other way would not have worked at all. Not at all. So knight captures c3. If you were to take this way, I think you just lose. Wait, oops. With dx c3, yeah, bishop here, and the game is pretty much over. After that, you go over and then take, and then down, and then you just take, and that's checkmate. So that's why it matters what you take back with. But that one would be a win at the end. Let's go to this next puzzle. We're at 29. The queen has slid down here to d2. The first thing we're looking at, maybe it's just winning the bishop, because you can take on f7 check. The king slides over, and then you could take on... Huh. Okay, there is a... No, yeah. Then you could take on f2. You have two rooks, so they can't go queen d1. Take... Yeah, if you take with the rook, it is a loss. If you take with the queen, it's fine. I'll show the difference real quick, because that's an kind of important one. Why you have to take with the queen. You take with the rook, they can go queen d1, and then take, and then rook takes here. And although it looks really good on this part of the board, like here, if you just took this screen capture, this looks great. But here is checkmate, unfortunately. So let's go to this next one. We're at the first 30, and my record is... What's my record? 62. So we have to get 33 more. Now, is that super likely? We'll see. I'm hoping it is. This one's an easier one, I believe. You can just take the knight, because if they take your knight, you have rook f4 check, then you take that, and then whatever they take back with, you could go knight to d6, I believe. So capture, and then knight d6 is a fork. You win the rook, and that's the winning endgame. This one is actually an easier one too. This should be a little bit higher up earlier on, but the idea is that you could just take on f1, right? And that's mate in one. And then appreciate the likes there from C May, much appreciated. Yeah, rook captures here, and that's mate. Now where the king can go. Their knight slides here to h4. It is another mate in one. Yeah, I think so. You just go h5, because the knight is guarding these squares here. The rook's guarding this square, so the king can't touch these three squares, right? And it can't go forward because you know a rook, and box 0 appreciate the likes as well. But you know a rook is a good piece. It's guarding the whole 5th rank. You go h5, and that's just checkmate. Alright. I get this one is interesting because there are two different ways you can get checkmate, but you have to go queen f5. If you just go queen g6 doesn't work for a few reasons. Now, one, they just trade the queens, but outside of the queens being traded, they could just go in the corner. I mean, they couldn't because you take it, but like for the purpose of just the mate idea, you would have to be on the f file, so you could go rook down at the end. So it's queen f5 if king over, queen c2 checkmate, and then queen f5 if king a1, you go rook f1, rook x f1, q x f1, and that'll be checkmate. Let's see. Name the piece. Fair. I think I'm just going to use arrows, honestly, because I should be able to switch that part of my brain on and off. So I think I'm just going to go back to arrows. It's just easier to show people. But queen here is on... Oh, I'll just show this one. Queen here, and then rook down, and then this is checkmate. And I'll show the other checkmate. But yeah, you are right. I should say, if I am going to do that, I should probably say the piece. Well, if they go here, this was checkmate in 1, which is the issue. So there's nothing to be done after queen to f5. And what I was trying to say was here, like, yeah, this doesn't make sense for a few reasons, but beyond the fact that this is a free queen, if they went here, like, you can't go rook here, right? Because then they can just take. Now, these are all blunders, but I'm just showing the mate pattern of it, not the fact that the queen's hanging. Because for different reasons, it doesn't really make that much sense. And C may appreciate these likes here. Closing in on 700, it looks like here. All right, let's go to this next puzzle. We have the first 32, I think. Am I right? 34. Okay. Yeah, I guess it was a few easy ones. This is another easier one. So you're going to take here on, I just showed there. Take on f6. If the queen slides over, I love these patterns because queen d8, it looks like it's defended, but the queen can't go back because of the knight. So you have to go here, then you take. So you take, they have to block. You can't go down, right? But you can go here, and they can't go back because you take the queen, you just take here, and that's checkmate. All right, we see the rooks here on c7. Off rip, a little bit more difficult than some of the other ones. Oh, well, I guess not really. You could go rook b1, and that's enough. Because if you go rook a8, they could just take the pawn, and then there's really nothing. But rook b1, if they take, you take, and then you have rook down at the end. So it's rook here, rook fb1. Yeah. Now rook down here, and now you can take check, and you take this rook. I'll show the difference, because it would not have worked the other way if you were to do it with going here first. If you go here now, yeah, they can just take this, and there's no threat for back rank me. Oh, that's what I should show too. Why they have to do this. So say they take now. It's not that they lose a rook, because it's fine they don't lose a rook, but there's checkmate, right? The king has no escape square, which is why they have to go h6, which is why they lose the game. Or they lose the material, which would lose the game as well, but just not as immediate. But the bishop's here on a3 for this one. Oh, it's just queen c3. For a second, I was like, why can't they just go back here to f8? It's because there's a knight in the way. Very fun puzzle design, because it wouldn't work if the knight was not here, which does feel a little oddly placed, given this was free the previous move. If the bishop's on b2, they could have just taken that. But you can go down. You're threatening mate. Can they? Okay. The only thing I'll say, well, this is definitely the move, but it's a little confusing because you're down a piece, and I'm missing after this and up and then take. Can they not just go here? I guess you could take that and then over. Oh, and then knight there. So it's not an immediate checkmate. It's just a winning position. If I'm right. We'll see if I'm right first. But I think it's here. Yeah. And then you take. Because they can't block. Oh, they moved the rook up. Oh, so it's not a fork once the king's over. I mean, this is still a loss because you can take this. But that's the difference, is that there is a way to win it. Like, if once rook comes up, I'll just go for the continuation. King h8. I think you can just bring your knight in. Yeah, and they want to have to take it, and you're just up the exchange. If they don't take and they go over, there should be some checkmate. There must be some checkmate. Knight d8 here, and then queen down. Yeah, because a discovered check when the king's this limited already usually results in a very good position for the side that's doing it. All right, let's go to this next one here. We are sitting at 37. We have the black pieces for this one. Okay, this rook is under attack. How do you swap to analysis? If you click on the puzzle, it'll show you like the puzzle in all of the lines, and then you have to hit I'll just show you. Analysis. Oh, I guess you can't see this, huh? There'll be a button at the bottom right that has like the logo for chess.com analysis once you click on the actual puzzle. But their knight is here on d4. I really am not sure about this. I would guess you check. But your rook is hanging. So rook h2, or rook h2, they go over. You just go here and then over. Is it to draw the game? Like, is it really to draw? Maybe it is, because this is bad. This is bad. But you could go here. You could go here. I don't know if this is like a winning endgame. Even if you won the pawn somehow, Oh, wait. This is just checkmate. Okay, let's go to this next one. The queen here on a4. Alright. Bishop takes. Yeah, I overgot. I'm glad I caught that. I was about to do something very dumb given the simplicity of it. But the queen's here on a4. I realized that had to be something else because I don't even know if this is a winning endgame if you don't. Like, obviously, this is a checkmate. But, like, beyond that, I'm like a rook and a knight. Like, if you were to go here, like here, it's saying knight C92. No, knight C2. Knight C2? Really? This is a draw, apparently. After take. I'm like, yeah, this doesn't feel like a winning endgame if you weren't to find a mate. And my rook over doesn't work. Alright, go to this next one. We're here. And then James, appreciate those likes there on TikTok. Alright, their queen's here on a4. This knight is not hanging. It's under attack. This can go back. I'm guessing the queen is just trapped though. It's probably rook a1 and then over. And then rook here, yeah. And the queen is just stuck. It was easy to tell the queen is stuck because, let's show. It's just no diagonal escape. And they can't, there's no diagonal escape on this diagonal. And the other diagonal it could get to easily, they can't. Like, they can only go here then, well, they can't go like here theoretically, but they're all the squares are guarded. So that's how I came to the assumption that it has to be some type of queen trap. And we have two rooks, so that's how we get that one. So I think we're at 39. Yes, 39. This is a maiden one. So you're going to take here. The king can't move. We have the first 40 here. And easier, I mean, some of those are hard, but for the most part, a lot of one move ideas. Maybe not the easiest one move ideas, though, but nothing too crazy. Now for the next 23. What's going on, Getaway Cat? How are you doing today? But yeah, this is definitely the harder part of trying to do this. A material count, we are 3, 7. Is actually exactly equal. Wow, I would not have assumed that. If we go f6, the queen can go in, king up. I really don't know how to do this one. My guess would be f6, because king over, or king here, they take. You take, however, and they just take back. Maybe it's just to not lose this bishop, because you go here, check, over, or you'd have to go up. I'm guessing up is not a good thing with the rook here. So why can't you just go here is what I don't get. Because say you go up, they can go over there too. Yeah, this one might be incorrect. Because you can't trap the queen. If you go f6, they go queen down. If you go king over, I'm just going to go king here. No, that's wrong. I was very confused on that one. It is. Oh, this is what I saw. I just didn't see this was winning, though. Oh, now they have to. Can they not take this? Oh, I missed queen d5. I saw this part. I just missed the queen d5 at the end, which is a checkmate. Okay, well, that makes sense in hindsight. So we have one incorrect. We have to be perfect if we want a chance to get to 60. All right. Queen sliding here to f7 is not an idea because the queen there, right? So that's not going to work. We could... No, you can't take... You can't go... Another one, I'm a little confused. They made up for the easier first 40 for a hard set here. Okay. Queen f7. I don't think q f7 works because of the queen there. That was my first thought as well, though. It must be somewhat simple because if the king is like this, you can't take. Is there any way to slide and attack that? Rook down, rook no. If you take the bishop, king takes. But there's no. I have no idea how you get in anywhere on this setup. If you capture this, they just capture. No, I can't get two straight wrong. That would be very unfortunate, but I don't see it. There's another one I don't see. Rook down check. Is there anything with that deflection? Nothing that I can see. The queen is not trapped. Like, they have a lot of different ways to get out the way. take the bit. You're saying here, take, check, back. But still, they're not, like, you can't win the rook in the corner. Like, that could be it. I just don't see how, like, so you take, bishop takes, king back. Like, there's still not a mate, unless I'm not seeing that right. Because you just be down the exchange, and then after king back, you're like in the same position basically, except you don't have the rook and the bishop's here. Like if the bishop's here and the queen's here and the king's there, like it's still not like a super. They could just move their rook here, and you still control the diagonal. That could be it. I just don't see it. How is this a 2200 puzzle? This was a lot harder. Queen f8, q f8. I don't know. Oh, that's link. Okay, troll. Yeah, here that is unfortunately running into that. It has to be that. I just don't see it because there's nothing else. Nothing else would make sense because you can't go here. It has to be. Yeah, I think you were right. I just don't see it. And then you take. And then what? Oh, queen here. Okay. And then up. And knife turn. I see it now. That took a while to see. I just did not understand how that was winning. Here, can you take and then you just push up? I think that's it. Because the rook can't stop two passers. That I do know. So capture. Just go here. Does it matter which way? Yeah, it does matter which way you go. Because if you push this way, the king can slide in. So you have to go this way. And now here. And now queen. And that's perfect. Alright, this one. So you check. Rook down. Queen f8. I did see a couple problems with queen f8. That's the only thing. But yeah, rook here, check. Rook goes back. You take, king takes. Or maybe, could you push immediately? So I think it's check, but I don't think you take. Because if you take, the king takes up, over, up, over, up, over. But if you go here now, the king still can, yeah, the king has to respect that. But now you can take the rook, king takes, and now you are fast enough. Here, and then up. Now, yeah, they're just too slow this way. Alright, they push down here to e7. Wow, this is a cool puzzle because the queen can't slide back to c4 check, right? Because of the pawn here on b5. So bishop b7, it sets up a mate idea and the queen's hanging and they can't check you. So I think this is it. Yeah, they get a knight, but it doesn't really matter. You can just take, oh, does it matter? So if you take, I guess they can avoid losing the queen though. Rook captures e8. Because if you go up, there's this check. Maybe it's because of this bishop check. So you still could take. Because you go up here. Wait, take here, back. I think you can go king down. I don't think you have to lose the rook. King down, there's no more. Oh, no. The bishop falls. So no, you can't do that. So it must be here then. King up, so they don't take that with check? Yes, and now you take the queen. I'll show what was happening there. The difference was, if you were to move your king here, this is just falling, right? There's no more mate idea. It's going on yonder. And if you go here, they can take with check, so you can't get the mate idea. And what you would get ideally, let's say, instead they were to go, I don't know, here. It just doesn't work. You have this check, and then they slide over, and there's still like a checkmate here. Yeah. So you're trying to get that checkmate, and you have to make sure you keep the bishop alive, because even if they stop this, you have this other mate idea. Like if they go up, I think, what is it? It's a rookie one. Yeah, there's just too many mate ideas happening. So you have to make sure you keep the bishop to keep the threats there. Hey, appreciate the comment there. Let's say code there. And man, what's your rating and what time control you playing? Okay, let's go to this next one. The rook's here on g4. Alright. So there's a fork on f3 if you could ever get there. Knight f4 doesn't work at So what do we have? We have 2 pieces for the rook, and one of the pieces is hanging right now because of an attack we just launched. The knight sliding over, the rook can just take. Bishop in, no. I do feel like it has to be like knight f4. I just don't see the follow-up. So maybe it's not. Maybe it's not that then. Like I see 2 ways we could get a fork happening. Like if the knight was somehow on f3 or if the knight's on h3. So knight f4, but after knight f4, there's no way to force it. There. Okay, so knight slides there. There's just no forced moves that are happening. Like you could try, and you can't move the bishop now because the knight's hanging. So the knight has to move. That much is obvious. So I'm gonna assume it's knight f4 because I don't think you can move anything else. It wouldn't work. Move the bishop, they can just take the knight with whatever they want to take it with. So I'm gonna go here first. Yes, that is correct. They have to take. So they have to capture. Does the queen? The queen can't move because there's a weak rook at the end of this. Maybe it's ex f4 attacking the queen, and then you're attacking the rook and the queen at the same time. They take your rook, but then you go king f7, and they're not able to get over to the file, and you should be up a bishop at the end of it. So take, and then king f7, and then you take here. I want to see why they couldn't. Like, this is a process of elimination. Like, you had to go knight f4. No, oh, this is the wrong. Oh wait, no, I'm not. I'm looking at the current puzzle. No, that's not intentional. I didn't see the right answer. But this one here, yeah. Why is this winning by itself? Is what I'm not getting. Like, I know you have to go there because anything else it just doesn't work. So process of elimination. It's saying that. Okay, let's say they just go. I don't know here. Bishop e6. Okay, I saw bishop e6. Rook h4. This is where I was saying I see a fork, but I just didn't see it ever. Like, it has to be something. Rook d8, h6, g5. Okay, what if they go back? I want to see what happens. Oh, rook takes here. And then instead, what if they go here? Then, okay. And then here, the same thing. Okay, so it wasn't a direct, I mean, it was a win, but it wasn't an immediate win. It was more positional. Like, you just had too much pressure going on. 123 in blitz. Retire, man, don't retire, man. Keep going. Hit 2200. But congratulations on that new peak from you. But yeah, the king's on g2. We have the white pieces. They are, what? 2 squares away from a queen. There's knight, f4 check. If the king slides, you can go up. Well, I mean, you'd have to. you have to go here. You have to go knight here to f4. I'm missing after king slides. If you push, they push. You would go here. I get it. It's here, and then you push. And then they push, and then you go down, and they can't move their king here. They're too slow, right? They're just too slow. And then here, and then up. And they can't catch you, because this is too far away from the king. Alright, we got that one. We're at 46. 4 away from 50. So their king's here on e3. We can go queen to g3 check, but then the knight's hanging. But do we hang the knight? Maybe that's one of the questions we have for this position. The knight could slide attacking the rook, but I have a feeling it's not that simple. If we could force the king on the d file, that'd be awesome. And I think we can. I think if you go queen to g3 check, the king... Yeah, I think queen g3 forces the king on that file eventually. Because say you go here, and then up, you go here, and then they have to go over. Yeah. And now you take the queen. That's all you have to do is set up taking the queen at the end there. And we're at 47. So can we get to 48? Alright, the pawn is here on g3. There's just a free bishop. And I think I just made in one. But it can't be that easy. I'm trying to make sure I'm seeing this correct. But I think you just take on e4 and that's checkmate. Yeah, I'm not even going to double check too much. That is just me. Alright, 48. Their pawn goes here to c3. I kind of see it because there's a discovered attack that attacks the rook, and you somehow need to get a second attacker on the rook with check. So I'm seeing like parts of it. Oh, I get it. It's knight d3 because knight d3. Well, okay. If you go knight d3, can't they go queen g5? That's the only thing. If they don't go queen g5 and attack the rook, oh, is it because you have bishop e7 and then? Yeah, I think that's why. Because my idea is that you go there. If they go like queen up, you would take the bishop. They take with the queen, and then bishop captures check. They take with everything. You could take the rook. I guess if they take with the queen though, they could go queen b8 check. So that may not be it. That's probably the idea, and I just have to see the rest on the board. It's echoing. It's echoing. Let me see the audio. Let's see. Echo check. I don't know what this is gonna do. I'm about to hit the button echo check. I don't know if this is gonna. I'm trying. Sorry about that. Did not know that was. I don't know why that's doing that. I don't have a. Oh wait, I do know why. I do. I don't know why though. But it should be a way. Oh no, that's not it. That's not it. Here. No, I need this playing. That muted the music. I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening. Is it quiet enough where I should just keep going, or do I need to figure out the exact issue? Because I don't know. I don't know the exact issue, to be honest. Let's see. General settings. Okay, now I have the right microphone on. Is it better now? I just added something that said echo cancellation. But I think the move is here, yeah. And this is what I was saying is queen g5. I think you go bishop here. Did that fix the... Let me hear it. Did that fix it, though? Oh, yeah, that sounds pretty bad. That's not... What's going on, Colin? That doesn't even sound, like, kind of bad. That doesn't sound good. Man, I don't know what is happening. Man, I don't know what is going on there. The microphone is the same I've been using the whole time. I don't have it somewhere else. I'm definitely a little confused about that. I don't have it anywhere else. I don't watch me really. 1700 Elo and Blitz chess. Oh man, Yonder, you're definitely way above go. Yeah, their queen's here on g5. I think bishop to e7, attacking the queen should be the idea. Because if you go up, wait, can you? You could go up still too. Up here to f6. What's the difference though? That's what I'm not seeing. The difference between f6 and bishop down. There must be some difference. And then after this, I'll try and fix the echo. I'll try and fix that after I do this one. But I want to get this puzzle correct. Because this is a free rook. You can block it with two different ways. With either the bishop or the... I think it's f6, yeah. I think it's f6. And then you take here. And now you take. I think the problem with the bishop was that they have a checkmate if you don't. Actually, not even. It's just a checkmate at the end. If you go here. Oh, they can just go queen d2. I thought there was a mate somewhere after they take this. Apparently they can't. No, they can't take that. Okay. Well, I saw it for the wrong reason. And yeah, but I didn't. I just thought the pawn made a little more. So you're attacking with the lower piece, and you just take here. Why can't they go here? Oh, they can't go here now, maybe. Oh, because there's no checkmate if they... Yeah, I get it. Okay, that's a cool one. So I'm about to try it. Music, the only problem with music, because I use Streamlabs, and I can't play any music on YouTube, and I, like, dual stream. That's the only reason I don't have it playing there. Yeah, let me try and fix my microphone. Man, that sounds pretty bad. Maybe if I bring it closer to myself. Okay. Because it's kind of far away from me. Let's see if it works. Does it sound better? Oh, appreciate that, Yonder. Does it sound better now? No, but it's still echoing. Yeah, I hear the echo. Man, technical difficulties. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm going to try and figure this out. I'm looking at my audio mixer. It does sound better. But Am I watching my stream somewhere? That's the only thing. I don't think I'm watching my stream. No. This is the only thing I have open. And then, no, this is the only thing I have open here. And then there's nothing open. Oh, I am watching my stream. Oh. Oh, yeah. That's why I'm watching my stream. My bad. I completely forgot I had that open. It should be gone now. Someone asked me to do something on another platform. I'm like, what? I'm going crazy. I see it now. So, sorry about that. You should not hear echo anymore. I completely forgot I went to go do something on a different platform. Alright, appreciate that, Yonder. It's good on Twitch? Okay, cool. Alright, the problem should be fixed. Thank you all for letting me know. Sorry, we took a little break from the chess, but the problem should be fixed now. This one, I think it's knight. Oh, it's knight f4 because there's so many cool mates. If they push the pawn up, there's knight to h3 checkmate. Honestly, that sounds better being closer too. So I may keep it there. But yeah, here there are so many cool mates. It's just a lot. You can just take. Yeah, and they have to sack the queen. I want to show a couple of those because those are all like really cool. The first thing is, catch you later, Luca. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for letting me know about the echo. That would have been there the whole time had I not realized, or had you not told me that. I did not realize it. But yeah, here, the reason knight f4 is so good is because if they take, there's, oops, if they, oh my gosh, what is happening? Okay, let me just refresh. But if they take there, you want to? Oh, I appreciate that, Yonder. No, don't feel pressured to, but thank you. Yeah, with knight, they do whatever. They go, I don't know, here I think they went? Yeah. When you go here, if they take, there's checkmate, right? And then if they don't, if they just push up, this is also checkmate because of the bishop. That is a beautiful mating idea. All right, those next one. We got to 50, and the audio should be better. It should be better now. As I took away the echo. The rook's here on b6. All right, the rook. If rook takes check, they go down. King up. Check. I imagine there's some type of mate. Yeah, there has to be a mate. King slides so the way it slides matters, I think. And I think it has to slide this way. Because the king has to be guarding this pawn once you push to e2. That's my thought process at least. Oh, wait. If you go here, the rook can take. Okay. So is it then king here? Oh, is it king here and then down? My only issue is that if you go here, they go rook here. How do you stop them from winning? That I don't see. It's definitely not this. Well, maybe it's not definitely. Okay, let's go here. They take. So up captures. If you go here, they can't take the rook. They could just push the pawn to a queen, though. And then you would take. So they're 2 squares away from queening. That is the issue. What's going on, Saver? The Venom, appreciate you joining in. Doing some puzzles today, trying to get to my personal best of 63. That would be my highest. And thank you for joining in. Appreciate the raid. I'm deciding what to do here. Is it here? That can't be the idea. That can't be it. Because king here, if you go king g3, there's no checkmate, right? Oh, maybe here and then up. But no, that's what I'm saying. Here and then rook down. Then you can't push. If you could push, it would work. And then over. I'm going to have to go at some point. So I think it's here. No, it's the other way. It's king g3. No, it's just back. Really? I saw that for a second. I just assumed that does not work at all. Okay, but I was incorrect on that. Give me 1 second, and we're going to continue. Let's see. Can I have some? Please. Okay. All right, we got that one incorrect. We're at 50. We need to get 13 more to get past it. You do lead chess puzzles off of puzzle. I just did lead chess puzzles when I was practicing earlier today. I did a lot. I'm 2405 there now. Appreciate you joining in, Saber. Have a good one. Have a good night. Have a good night. All right, so the queen can slide in, check. King over. I think it's just here. No, 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 no. What is the? We stop at 50. What is the correct answer? You get 2 incorrect in the 2700 lane. Oh my god. I missed that the knight can just go back. Yeah, their knight can just go back, right? Yes, I missed that. This would have, that was so findable. But we stop at 50. Not our best run, but there was a time where getting 50 was a bit difficult. So I am more than okay. I'm more than okay than with having this, you know, getting 50 as a bad run. Let's try and continue and see if we can start a better streak this stream and get to 60. Checkmate. All right, this is a free queen. The first 2 comically easy. I'm gonna slide down here for mate on e1. Check, take, and that's gonna be mate. Rook down, mate. These are all simple ideas. The queen's gonna slide, check, and there's gonna be mate eventually. Queen takes, queen f1, and you're gonna take the rook here at the end, and that's gonna be the end there. There's a mate because you control the whole G file here. So checkmate. We're gonna have the rook slide, check, check, and then queen slides. Same thing here. Checkmate. All right, this one, you see that there's almost a way to take this on the open file, but the queen can jump to f3 first and then checkmate on g2 at the end. All right, the rook has slid over. You're going to take this because the bishop guards it, but the rook, while it's pinned, it still is a rook. So you can take here on g7, and that's checkmate. So next, the king goes down. What you see is you have 2 versus 3, but this is a perfect example for like an endgame or something. It doesn't matter how many pawns. If the king is so offsides, right? The king's on h7, you can push for g5 because you're going to have a break, like you're going to break through for a passer. So you go up, the king moves, right? It doesn't matter that both pawns are hanging. If you go up here to g4, you'll lose the game. But if you go f4, they take, you can't push because it's a trap. You take here. Them having 2 is irrelevant. You're going to get there before them, and you're going to go and get a queen. So that's that puzzle. That was a fun one. That was an endgame puzzle, and I am getting to the point where I enjoy them. I love endgames in the actual game, but over end puzzles, I definitely do the worst at those. This is a checkmate. You want to go down here. As the king is stuck in the corner, you'll take here on e8, and that's perfect. This is another checkmate in one idea, or easy checkmate. You're going to take on c2. The king is stuck. It's a check. This is a checkmate because of the rook. Rook down. I think we had a very similar puzzle. This is the exact same puzzle as the one that was over here. This is pretty much the same thing. You take here as the king can't move anywhere. So there's a sacrifice. If the queen slides over, they take rook takes. There's king to g7. But if the rook takes first, there is no king g7, and there's a checkmate here. We have the black pieces. There's no opposition, but the reason opposition in an endgame is necessary is so the king can escape diagonally. Because if you're like this, obviously they can't go to g5 or to g4, but they could go here to g6. Because there's a pawn on g6, you can just go rook here, and it functions like an opposition. For this next one, the rook's going to slide down, and I'll show that because it doesn't make you find too much of it. I think it'd still be interesting to show. Wherever they go, there's a mate, because if you go up, there's queen g5, right? And if they go down, or I can't even go, yeah, they can go here, and then queen here, checkmate. And there's nothing they can do there either. All right, we have the first 21. This one is like an unlocked check. I don't know the exact term, but it's knight here, because the queen now, it's a check they have to respond to, but the queen can now take on h2, and it's perfect. You can't stop short. They have too many protectors of the square, but you still control the 7th rank. Taking here is checkmate. The rook slides over. If you go queen here, they simply cannot get any piece in time to stop. Yeah, they just can't get a piece there in time. This is similar to one of the other ones where there was a king here and a rook in the corner. You're going to stop a square short, giving that diagonal check, forcing it over. Because this is a knight, not a bishop, it can't get back here and guard d8. So queen sacks itself, and then rook x d8, and that's just checkmate. All right, they take here on e3. Queen's going to slide in, and then go queen here to g7. There's nothing they could do after that. And then ZM, appreciate the follow. But here, and then you take the queen, and this is just a lolly checkmate they can't stop. There's a pin here going bishop h4. You give this check. They do whatever, and you just take that. So, not too difficult. You need to save your rook, though. Oh, maybe because you're attacking their rook. Yeah, you're attacking this other rook. Like, you can't really save it, but it's because you're attacking so much. Their knight slides in. They have an initiative on your queen. The queen's not in the best spot. What I'll say, though, is you have to watch every square. You can't go to e7, right? The bishop will take the queen. It just wouldn't work. But you could go to d8, as you have the bishop and queen lined up, and that square is undefended. All right, for this next one is one that you assume would have to be some type of checkmate, as they have a queen, and they just took another piece of material here. If you take here on c3, you take, slide over, bishop captures, checkmate. So let's see that on the board. Capture, check. You can't take now, or they take your queen, so you take with check. Taking the rook looks good, but checkmate is better, and that's going to be the game. All right, another one where, okay, this one's a little more complex at 30. This is where it should get a little bit more complex anyway, so a fair puzzle. The queen's here on h4. My first thought is queen to f3 check. I think it does work because when king takes on h2, the illegal move, the queen can't take, but the bishop could take on g3, and you're going to win the queen eventually. So here, check, check, and I'll just show the end of that one real quick. So let's see. Okay, slide over, queen f3, king up. You check here on g3. If they go here, you can take the, or it's saying bishop f2 actually. I would have taken this. Yeah, this is still checkmate eventually. Rook g2, you have this check here, and then checkmate. So you're going to win that game at some point, and that is that puzzle. Let's go to this next one here. All right, the king got slid over. We know that on 31 it's going to be a little more difficult than some of the other ones we've done. The queen can slide into e7. Oh, I see it, I believe. It's queen e7. If they go king g8, you have bishop c4. And then queen e7, king h6. You then have king d1, check because of the bishop. If they push the pawn, you have queen captures g5, check. And then if they block with the queen, you can just take, well, bishop captures f4. Or bishop captures e3, whatever they do. But it's here first. Yeah, it doesn't make you find any of that. So I'll just show that. I guess you have to find it to know that's the move. But let's show why that actually works. So you have this check. If the king goes back, this is a mate in 1, right? This one's easy. This way is easier to see. But if they go up, like, how do you do it? The king, or king d1 or king e2 is the same thing. Arrows, yeah, I got you. So I'll do that. I got you. When you go here, this is checkmate because of this. And if they block all of this. But yeah, my bad. Was that Amine? All right, let's go to this next one here. We're at 31. So we have the black pieces. There should be... Okay, we have something hanging. I don't know why. Oh, this is under attack. Like, why did they go back there? But if you take, this is check. Whatever they take, you have this passer. Can you go up? Oh, you can. You could just go rook f2, I think. And then they go here. I'm not like that confident. I think it's rook f2, and they go back. Oh, there's checkmate. Oh, is it mate in 1? I'm doing like mate in 3. This is just mate in 1. Yeah, I'm overcomplicating it. You just go down. What I saw somehow, which was much, that makes no sense. I saw a different mate. I saw like here. Wait, let's see. I saw this. Well, they can go here. I thought they'd have to go back, and then here, and then I saw this. But they're just mate. Once I realized that was the checkmate, I'm like, I can do that right now, and we get that one. That's 32. So their king is here on g7. It looks like there should be something with this check. The knight could go back, but you can stop the square short, and that actually is checkmate, as you can have the whole h-file controlled, and that is just it. It's just a one-move puzzle. Another one-move puzzle, which really should not be the 34th puzzle, but the idea is you just take, and that's checkmate, because the rook is guarding the queen there. Perfect. All right, next up, they go up here to f4. Well, taking is the obvious idea, but they're almost at a queen. You still need a check, though. So I would imagine it's that, yeah. There's just nothing they could really do. To defend, you capture. The king slides over. There's a rook check. Oops. That's also still mate, but I would have done rook check. King e2, check. And then there's just mate, or if they... Yes, you can only go back here. Yeah, I'm trying to say different moves. They can only move here. There's just a checkmate here, and that's the problem. Alright, go to this next one. Sorry, I'm making sure there's no puzzle that ends the stream. I'm trying to be active and keep looking. Alright, next. The rook slides over. I believe you just have to bring your rook here. My rating, do you mean over the board or online? And if you mean online, what time control? But yeah, I think rook here, the king's movement, and mate or checkmate. What is a good tip for that? And mate, like, are you saying like a rook and king versus king checkmate? Are you meaning a puzzle like this? Like, it's hard for you to calculate. If you mean a puzzle like this, the best thing I could say, just look at, I would say look at the other pieces first. Or like look at all the legal squares, and then like don't even think about like the checks or anything. Just say where can the king go and start there, and then build off of that. Online blitz and over the board classical. My online blitz is, what is it? I think it's like 20. It's 21 something, and then my over the board classical was 1956. But yeah, this is just rook c8, I believe. Yeah. So it doesn't even show you. Okay, so I'll show as rook c8, because if they go here, you can just take the rook, which is what I saw. That's really easy for the puzzle, like the number puzzle, that is. What's your rating, Krish? Yeah, they go up here. Oh, it took on d4. There's a checkmating pattern. Check, up. Oh, sorry. Check, up, check, up, check, down, up, over, down. Oh, I guess that's the same thing. You could have, yeah. I added an extra step in there, but the idea is the same. As you probably, rook down I don't think works because, wait, why wouldn't that work, actually? I may take that back. Maybe it is rook down, lead chess. 2100 lead chess, 1900 class. Okay. Lil bro, I see you're going back and forth between unk, lil bro, and bro. What do those other when you say bro? Something like that. Lil bro is crazy. But we can check if the king slides up. Maybe it is just this way. And then here, yeah. Why can't you do this then? Because I do think it's the other way. So you check. I don't get why they both don't work. They go up. You would take here. Yeah, I'm going to need that explained. Why I feel like you could just do both of these. Rook or the queen. I'm guessing it's queen though, because I saw that first, and I'm going to trust my intuition. Versus rook down. Okay, rook, let's see if I can see it. Rook down, king up, here. Like, they both work. I don't get it. Maybe, I think it's rook, man. It's rook or queen. Is it rook or queen? Let's calculate. If the queen goes down and they block, you would take, they go up. You'd go here. Oh, wait, no, the bishop can't move. Oh, my God. Well, I can't do anything that I was trying to do. The bishop can't move. So so then it is the rook then. Okay, that makes more sense. I'm calculating the bishop going here the whole time. The bishop cannot go anywhere because it's pinned to the king. So it would have to be rook then. Now that makes way more sense. I'm like, if the bishop can move, how is it not both? It probably is both if the bishop can move, which would that makes way more sense. But yeah, rook down, they go up. Queen check, they go here. And then it's like, how do you... Well, this has to be the first move. Yeah, you check. The king slides. Queen here. They go up. Okay, this is the only thing I'm a little... Because they can go here, and you can't go down because of the bishop. So, like, where's the continuation? And they have checkmate, so you know there's a continuous check idea. Could you draw the game? Like, maybe you could just draw the game, and that's the whole idea. So, queen down. Yeah, there's really no way you could. Yeah, you can't win it. You could just go here, take, down, and then you just go back and forth. It probably is just a draw. There's no way to get any momentum. And this is made in one, right? So you kind of have to just sack. Yeah, it's just getting a repetition. And then queen down. Okay. I'll show what I was looking at, which it makes no sense. It doesn't, I can't even explain how I missed that. But I'll show what I what I was saying because I want to defend myself a little bit. If the bishop, this is winning. Oh, I would. Oh, it's because of this. Well, I might have seen if I had to find one more move, but I was looking at this, right? So here, if say the king is here, this wouldn't happen, right? Let's go here and then here. Okay, it is the same thing. If the queen and the rook can go there, they're both okay. This is why I was very confused, because either way the bishop can go there. But obviously I'm wrong because the bishop can't move, which is the whole reason. The bishop could move. I was right that they both win the game, and I couldn't tell the difference. Take the rook. Oh yeah, what I just showed, it was not. Don't take that serious. I was just trying to show like an idea, because I was miscalculating that the bishop couldn't move. So the actual chess for that, it's don't pay any attention. That was not good at all. That would never happen what I just showed. But the bishop is here on h7 for this one. Okay, we could go. Well, what I'm looking at is you can't get on the diagonal, which is what you would want to do, right? You'd want to go here, but the bishop's there. Can you go here to take? But then at that point, they could just go here, and you're a little bit too slow to the draw. If you go knight in, they could slide over, and you still can't go here. You need to get on a square that is attached to this square, but it doesn't give them a move. So it has to be forcing. It has to be like some type of initiative to get that to work. You have to get here without... It has to be an initiative. Because if you can't... Like, if you just went here... Well, it has to be a queen move. So here, no, right? Here, no. Here, no. Here... Is it just there? Maybe. But... Actually, yeah. That was there the whole time. How did I see this? Well, I guess I knew where I had to be, but this makes more sense if you take. Because then if they go here, you just mate. And then here. That's actually forced mate. How did I miss that? That's pretty simple. Yeah, that took a while. But I think you just take this. Let me double check, though. Because there's nothing else that can move. Like, knight has no square that's useful. And they can't get pieces to work together because you're taking with check always. That's the problem. Yeah, and you just take. Okay, next, let's go this next one here. Let's see, qd5. qd5. A lot of qd5s were found there. Let's go this next one. We are at 38. The queen is here on b3. Check over. Probably not. Can you go here? Here, they take. No, there's no forced mate. Check, king has to slide. Here. But they could just get up. That's something I don't get about it. They could just get out the way. But the bishop pair is involved with this somehow. If I can just figure out how the bishop gets in. So let's say bishop g7. If they go here. If wherever you move the bishop, they could just move their king up, which is the part that I'm struggling with. But I think it has to be bishop check, because the rook can't slide down. Like, if you could get, like, a knight, like, if this knight could take, then that is checkmate, right? But the rook takes, this isn't mate anymore, because the rook can just take it. But still, though, I would think it has to be... Oh, and the queen's trapped, though. That might be it, actually. Because the queen has no squares, despite it looking like it's about to win the game. The only thing with that is even if you take the queen, you're still losing, like materially. If you go knight back, right, the queen is trapped. Like, they can't go there, they can't go there, there, or there. But if they go back here, then you have to sack a rook for it. So I don't think it's that simple. So if you go bishop first check. Oh, I get it. It's because if you go here, and then they move, and then you go knight down, if they go, I guess, queen back, you would take, and then take. Huh. Which way? It's this or this. I can't tell the move order. I think the problem with just going knight here is the queen can slide back. And then there's just no way you could do it without losing something. Like, without losing a rook, which is what you would need to win and not be down. Because right now they're just up a queen cleanly. So if whatever piece you trade for, you'll be down for that after you take the queen. So there might be a checkmate then. I'm gonna go here. Yeah, I don't think you can go knight c1 first, despite it being a queen trap. So now I'm looking at knight c1. But then, okay, knight c1, queen, or knight c1, queen b6. Let me make sure it's no puzzle. No puzzle. Okay. Knight c1, queen b6. If you take, they take. No, that doesn't work. You could go here. They move. Check. Over. But yeah, they just get out the way. Man, this is kind of a difficult one for 39. I've had easier ones in the 40s for sure before. But their king is over. So the problem with knight c1 that I'm seeing is knight c1, queen down. You take, they take. You're down the rook, right? So I'm not going to go knight c1. There should be a checkmate. There's some type of mating pattern that I'm probably missing here. If we slide back, it has to be some discovered attack, right? Because this doesn't work. Here, 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 the only discovered options, right? Okay, this one will make the most sense of any of them. Because here I don't see back, here, up, up. Oh, and then it's the checkmate idea. I knew there was some type of open board mate. It's probably because here, and then they go here, yeah, and then it's just forced because you guard the escape square, I believe is the issue. Here, and then here, and if they go back, then you could, oh, then that's where, is that where you bring the other bishop in? Yes. I knew the other bishop had to get in. I said that like 5 minutes ago, but eventually we have realized. I'll show the checkmate. Let's see. If you likes there, Nathan, much appreciated. It can't be. Yeah, you were cooking, Marcus. You were cooking there. And Nathan for these likes. Let's see. Let's show the puzzle. Wherever they go, so you check. The king goes back. And then there's. Oh, you can't do. I would have done this. It's saying this is the best move. I would have played this check. And they slide over. I think you just take. Yeah, you take and then you have the 2 files there. There's not much they could have done. All right, we have 39. Let's see if we can get to 40. So if we capture here, the king slides over. That's not it. That's not it. We have a pin right now. Take, over, down, up. No, that doesn't make any sense. Queen here threatening checkmate. At first I didn't go there because it looked like there's something they could do. But not really. Like, this is just kind of a forced mate if you go queen f5. Yeah, there's no way to stop it. They can't get on the diagonal. They can't do anything, really. Yeah, let's just go here. Yeah, that's it. I'll show it very quick, but it's just a mate idea. There's a checkmate. They can only go like queen here to try and stop it, but this is still a forced mate eventually. And then Nathan, appreciate all these likes, man. Closing in on 2.2 thousand there. Let's go to this next puzzle. We're at 40, I think that is. Yes, we have 40. Can we get the next 23? I've said that a lot. Hopefully this time is the time we can get it. Bishop b5, I like is the idea. Because the knight, yeah, I think it's bishop b5. And they slide up, but you have queen here still. And there's just 3 attackers. They can't get a 3rd defender. And it's just over. You take, you take this way. If you take the other way, I'll show the difference. You can't keep the knight at the end, right? So if you do this, and then here, if you take this, they can go up to b5. And now you can't keep the knight. So you have to go back, and then they take. This is slightly better, but the other way, you're just up a piece. So this is definitely a lot easier to win, and it's just winning, versus the other one's not really winning. All right, this next one, the queen's here on e6. Where can we go after? I'm thinking it'd have to be, okay, rook to e8. I mean, rook f e8. Because you go here, and now they can't give a check. They can't give a check. And, I think that's what it is. Because if the queen takes, you slide over. And if you go this way, they have a check. Like, right? If you have 2 rooks on the files, the queen can't give a check on e5 or on d6. And then Nathan, again, appreciate these likes. So I'm going to go for this. Yeah, and now you can go over. and they can only win one of the rooks, right? They can only win one with this, and then boom. I'll show the difference, because you might even be losing, or it's a draw. Probably a draw if you have that much. But if you bring this rook over, yeah, it's just a... No, this is... No, yes, it's a draw. Because they have this... Oh, maybe also because you just can't promote. But I was looking more at this, which is just... Yeah, they're both bad. But this is good for two reasons. It guards both checks, so really a pretty simple one. You guard both checks, and you can actually move the pawn now. Whereas before, you could not move the pawn or guard both checks. And only one move did both of those things. The knight's sitting there on e3. Let's see what we can do for this one. If you bring your knight here, there's a checkmate idea on g8 that is almost unstoppable. With knight to h5, there's a mate. They could go up to g6, knight check. But if the king slides up, I don't know what you could do after that. But I think it's knight h5 though. Knight h5. If the king slides over, there's checkmate. So here, if they slide, this is mate on g7. If here, they would have to go up. Or they could go here. So I have to rethink that. If you go here, they could just go here. But then at that point, you could make that. Oh, it's just to win the pieces. It's not to checkmate. I get it. It's here, but it's not. This is actually exactly what happens. It's not because there's a mate. But you can go knight here. And now you take this, and it's a family fork. It's just too good of a position. And we have 43 here. They've gone pawn to d4. Alright. So we see the king is stuck in there in the corner. If you do a quick material count, we're equal. Pretty much down to the pawn here. Yeah, it's exactly level material. If you take on e2, I think that's all you have to do, honestly. Because you take there, whichever rook slides over, there's an issue. So if you take this way... Well, maybe rook here is not an issue, because you take... They could honestly just take, because the knight can't move. So no. I'll take that back. That might be losing. If you go bishop g2, trying to sack it, I don't think that works either. That's a little too much. Bishop to f5? Again, I just don't think that works. Alright. But my queen is under attack, so my queen has to move. That I... somehow just realized. So the queen does have to move. So it's either taking on e2. You could take the bishop. I doubt that's it. Queen h5. I also doubt that's the idea. Queen h5. And like bishop g2. No, that doesn't make any sense. Here, my issue is this. And you can't just take the knight for free. Because if rook captures e7, the knight can't move. That's free. So if you could take this and somehow like move the rook to the point where it's not there anymore, that'd be good. Oh, mate, no, it is this. It's this. And then if they go here, you can do rook captures. If they then take, you can do rook captures. That's gotta be it. And then there's a you're down a queen, but there's checkmate. They have to move the rook anywhere. And then with no, they go here, check, and then over, and then check, and then over, and then checkmate. Ah, that makes way more sense. That makes way more sense. I think you can just here. It's because rook captures, and then here, yeah. And I'll show why. Because there's a that's a fun one. That's a fun one. It took a while. At first I was like, oh, you can't do this because if you do this, this is losing, which is what I saw at first. But what I realized is you can capture, and now after takes, this is checkmate. So they have to slide their rook. Or that's what they would do. Let's say they do slide the rook. That's why they have to take. This is why they have to sack because it's mate. But I'll show you the checkmate if they don't take. It's here, over, and then mate. Because the bishop is guarding. Usually the setup can't give you a checkmate because this rook is hanging. But the bishop being here is the key part of it. So you can guard g2. And in the actual puzzle, they just sack the queen. So we have 44. That was a very fun one. That was the type of puzzle I like challenging, not impossible, and it feels rewarding in the end. This one seems a little bit easier if you just go bishop here to h6. As any blockade, you can just take because the queen is there. So I'm pretty sure you just have to move the bishop up. Let me double check though. Like if you go here and they go here, I think you'd have to go... Huh. I actually, this is more complex than I give it credit for. If you go bishop h6, right, this looks like it's just winning because they can't block. If they block, you take. I've kind of went over that already. But if you go here and they take check, I'm hesitant to capture because of rook check, you drop back. Now they can blockade, because take then the whatever can take, because there's 3 pieces guarding that square. This probably is still the first move, though. It's probably still the first move. They capture. Oh, is it because it's king g7 then? Yeah, that's probably just it. So you go here, take. You can't take back, you go king g7. Now the rook is still too slow. So here, here. Yeah. I'll show the difference. If you don't go king g7, you do end up losing. So if you capture here on g6, it's because rook slides over. And then back, and then they can just blockade this whole thing happening, take. And then now you're down this piece, and your king's super weak, so you lose that game. Let's go to this next one. We have 45, I think it said. 45, yes. So the bishop's here on g5. Okay. I think you can take the knight. So you take knight here on e4. If they take, you're even. And you throw in this intermezzo, knight e2. So right now you're equal. They take queen, you take queen, check. They take, you take. No, that's not it. That can't be it. I think, no. I think it is. So you take the knight, you're up. Oh, it's because if they take here, you take the bishop. You're attack. Yeah, I get it. It's not because you go here right now. It's the threat that you can go here. So if you do the math, it's equivalent material. If you take here, you're up. And then if they take here, you'll win that. Right, because right now it's equal. So if this captures, you're up at the end of that exchange. Because this is just so free. But if you take and they take here, then you go knight in. Yeah. You have to drop back, take, and then you take here. I'll show the different outcome, because if instead you do this, which is a common idea in these puzzles. This is still winning, funnily enough, but they have to. This is the best move apparently. Bishop x d8, d8, and you take. This is also still winning. So a little frustrating that this is not an acceptable answer. You still be up a pawn, but this way you win a piece, right? So you take. If they were to capture this way, it's because you have a knight d2, and wherever they go, you take this, and now you have a rook clean. This is hanging and this is hanging, so they probably just get out the way. And I don't think you can save the knight, so you have to sacrifice it. But this is a winning endgame. You got a rook and 2 pawns for a minor piece. So let's go to this next one. That is number 45, I believe it is. All right, 46. No, 46. So what can we do for this one to get the correct answer? The king can slide to e6, check. But the king slides out the way. I want to have a constant stream of checks. King g6 then? King g6. Oh yeah, king g6 is forced mate. Because if you go here, they can't come forward. They have to go back or wherever they go. And then here, yeah. And then just check. And now there's forced mate in the corner. So their knight's here in the center of the board on e5. If you take on e5, they take back. Oh, and then you go e6. So capture. They capture. Oops. Take, and then e6. So if they capture your bishop, you'll take theirs, attacking their queen as well. Yeah, that's a pretty cool tactic. You see they take here, you'll take attacking the queen, and then you take this bishop. Had they not done that, they would have been way worse. Because if they, I don't know, they take, well, if they take this, this is the problem, this is free, right? And in the game, or in the puzzle, this is just bad. If they go here, you take the queen, and you're just winning, take, and then you take this here. And there's nothing they can do. I guess knight in, maybe bishop c1. Or it's saying you can just go knight c4. You can actually just drop that apparently. Take. Yeah, I guess you're up 2 minor pieces if you do give up the queen here. And this is also a complete win with the domination of the 7th rank and the d file. Alright, so this next one. We have the first 48. Feels good. Their knight has slid here to f6. Where can we go after this? This is a free bishop we're looking at. I'm struggling to see why it's not just that, honestly. Maybe. Oh, it's because of this pin. Okay. Yeah, if you take, they can give a pin. Get a pin. So the rook here, check first, over, check, over, and then you take this here. But then they have that fork at the end. If your rook's here on e5, on g5, their knight can go. So this is probably the move though. Check, up, check, here. You could take that then, yes. Here, yeah, and then here. And now here, I believe. Because if you go here, they have knight fork, but rook down first. Now you can give this check, and you're really setting up almost a mate-like idea. But we have to be very precise. Or is it bishop here to win the rook? That might be better. Yes. And I want to show that one, because that's a pretty cool puzzle. There's a lot going on there. So you slide down. If they just go up, you can still go rook g1, king f3, and then you would take here, check. This is what I saw. Have I? Probably. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't remember. But I'm sure. I've streamed like over 1,000 hours at this point, I think. So would not have been surprised. But yeah, rook's here on h3, we're attacking, which is the issue. And in this puzzle, with up, you can't do anything else, because the king can get out the way. That's why you have to go for the final attack, the final tactic there, looking to win the rook. I'll do this next one. Their king got slid over. We see we have one move away from a queen on h1. So if we go queen c1, there's a check. Well, actually, f7 is just hanging. And how could they stop you? If you take on f7, yeah, I don't see why you couldn't just take. I am missing why you could not just take on f7. But there's definitely a reason, or else this wouldn't be a puzzle. Because queen c1, I do see why that doesn't work. Queen c1, if you take the queen, yeah, and then they just queen on f8 at the end of it. So you can't do that. Not a logical option. If you capture the pawn here on f7, they could check. You could go over. Oh, they win that though with queen d6. So I don't think you can take that, because I imagine somehow you promote and they can't promote. I'm sure that's what this one is leading up to. So let's go back to this check then. Check. They slide over. We take. Take. Queen. Queen check. That's not it. Here. Here. Oh, and then you have queen c7. I get it. Yeah, it's queen c7. And you force the queens off. Let's go to this next one. The bishop's here on e5. Yeah, exactly. Eternal. Yep. You caught that one. I was like, man, how do you do? But then I realized c7, c7. But the bishop's here, looking to attack the rook. We have the first 50. We need 13 more to hit a record. 13 more. Now, honestly, this one, a little confused. A little confused to start it off. Oh, it's because of knight c3. Wherever, that's crazy. Wherever the queen goes, it's just forked. If you go knight c3 here, well, they could take the rook, yeah, but I don't think that works. Yeah, I could just go rook down. So here, if they go up, there's a fork there. Here, if they go here, there's a fork there. Here, if they go here, there's a fork here. That is insane. Yeah, they go here, and now rook down. And you just win the queen. That is a pretty cool puzzle. I'm not gonna lie, like that. Usually puzzles are not that. I mean, I guess it was obvious because you know you had to win it, but still, in terms of like why it worked, very beautiful geometry on the chessboard. All right, no puzzle there at all yet. All right, cool. So they've gone up here to c5. You have the first 51. A very good run so far, I'll say. And then TC, appreciate the likes. The queen could slide in, check, king over, and then h5. It could be that simple, because after rook x d4, you could go king c1. And after that, I don't really see how. Or do you go I would say h5 immediately. I think the issue is if they could just go g5 and then you would take, and then they could go rook. Wait, no. h5 g5 qx g5 rook x d4, king slides over, and they could go queen g6. So that wouldn't work. So I think it's queen h6, king g8, h5 with the pawn there. If they take on d4, king c1, and then whatever they do, you could just take on g6 next, and then you're looking at queen h7 as a mate there. Which is better, 2 rooks or a queen? In a bullet game, I would rather have... In bullet, I'd rather have the queen, but in a classical, I'd rather have the 2 rooks. If you have time to think, it's 2 rooks, but if you don't have time to think, it's easier to just play with a simpler piece that has more obvious ideas, because no coordination required for that. It's either queen h6 or h5. I don't know which one. Like, I thought it was h6, but I'm looking at them like, well, if you go queen h6, and then, okay, they slide over, and you go h5, and they take and king slides over, I guess there's no check. If you go h5 first, rook x d4, hx g6, king slides, h captures. No, it has to be the queen. Well, it doesn't have to be. I don't see the pawn, yeah. The queen's going to slide. If that's right, I guess the other thing I'm saying is right. Because if it... I would assume you can't do anything else but h5, honestly. And you just drop the pawn in the center. Alright, well, if it's wrong, it's wrong. We're going to play this. The queen slides up. Okay, now it is interesting. Because if you just take, they can take on d4. And then king c1, or I should probably show that. If you do this, here, over, and then that's checkmate. So there's, yeah, you can't, you still have to be careful here. Is it rook captures g6? Rook x g6, fx g6, qx g6. But if the king slides over to f8, so I'm saying if we do this, takes, and then here, I don't think you could win that either. So what is it? I mean, I guess it has to be that. I just don't see it, because anything else does not make any sense. Like, there's no way it's something else. So capture. Is there any way? Oh, maybe it is still this, and then they take. You go king here, and it looks dangerous, but there's no danger. Yeah, I don't think there's any real danger if you go king here to e2, because king e1 runs into queen d1. But if you go here, they can't go down. They can go, yeah, king e2 it's safe because you just won the rook here. Wow, that's pretty fun, but let's look at why that does not work. Or why it does work, I guess, is the better way to put that. But that was a fun puzzle. So what happens is, because if the king goes here, there's checkmate, right? There's only one move, and it's king e2, there's checkmate. And then if you go here, this is also just, this is bad too. This is checkmate. But here, it looks so dangerous because they control the complete d-file. But they can't mate you. Like, it's no way to actually get mate. Here it's guarded, here is guarded, and here, as we saw in the puzzle, is guarded by the queen. So there's simply no way forward, and we have 52. We're now within 10 of the record, and because we're within 10, it feels doable for my puzzles, which is free. I use Lee chess. What I'm like today, like I'm practicing to like train right now. And Lee chess is what I use personally. That's what I always recommend. I mean, they're all good. Like, if you're doing puzzles, but it's free. And you can do unlimited. And they have some cool lessons for all levels. Like, cool, like, mating patterns, endgames type of thing. That's really useful. But their knight's there on d5. If we go e4, we're setting up a mate idea. Queen x h2. The only thing is they could go g3. So I doubt that's it. Oh, you could probably sack the rook. If you sack the rook, king takes rook over, king over, and then you could go queen g4 after that. And then they can't really stop that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can just sack the rook here. Yeah, they can't stop it. Now the question is it queen or rook over first? I guess it would have to be... Huh, how does it matter? I don't get why. It does matter. Oh, it's queen. Yeah, it's queen. It's queen. Because here, over here, and why does this not work though? Here, over. I get that it doesn't work because here there's must be something. Oh, the knight can move back. Yeah. So it is queen. I'll show the difference. Is the knight could go back and then it stops the mate. So you sack queen over. I show the rook. If the rook goes here, it looks like it works, but it doesn't. Because here, if you go here to set up mate, they can go 93. And now this whole area is covered because the queen's activated. You have two pieces there guarding and one piece guarding that. And that's why the queen has to go first, as you see this way. Let's go back. With queen, it's a check, it's forced, it's a check, it's forced. And now you can slide the rook here, which is checkmate. Rook to g1. And I can't do anything about that. Or they could do this. But then it's checkmate now. I go to this next one. We have the first 53. Okay. I see a fork. So if you go knight. So knight f3 check. Right, let's do material count first. First we have equal material. So that's the first thing I'm noticing. Both sides have 3 minor pieces in the queen. Knight f3 check. They can only go there legally. You could take the queen, you're up a queen. They take the queen, you're equal. You take their bishop, you're up a piece. They take your knight, you're equal. So it's something to do with that, like move order, but it's like a, what's the word? There's a rift, like there's a wrinkle in that. Like that's the general idea, but there's some way at the end you're up a piece. So I'm gonna work backwards from that. So we have knight f3 or knight e2. Both of them force king h1. I think the difference is knight e2. There's no follow up that makes any sense. So I do think it's knight f3. If the king slides over, could you take on? Could you take on f2 first? So here, they slide. Knight x f2 check. That doesn't make any sense though. Like that, yeah, there's no way that's it. There's no way that works with knight x f2, because they could just take the knight with the bishop, and then you would still take, and they would take, and then you would take the queen at the end. So that doesn't work. Bishop, I would say bishop d6, but the knight is just hanging. So the knight has to move. I guess that much is, so it has to be knight f3. Because here it just doesn't work. If they go over, there's literally no move after. So I'm going to play this first. And now I have to calculate the rest. So the knight's here on f3. You can't take on f2 because the bishop could just take. But how do you do this? Knight captures on e5. Oh, I see it. It's knight. This is actually way easier than I thought it was. You take here. They take. Is it because you can go here? You're attacking the rook. And then they move. And then you take that. They take. And then you take the bishop at the end. I think that's all it is. It's just a quick intermediate. Because the knight on e4 is hanging like the bishop there is hanging. Well, no. Okay, so if you take the queen, and they take, if you go here, they take the bishop, you take the rook, they take the knight, and then it's like, well, they get 2 pieces for it. So it may not be that. It may not be that. Can you take the bishop first with the queen? If queen takes, but then they could take the rook on h8. So no, if it's a race to give something up, I think they beat us there. So knight captures, queen. Oh my god, is it just that the knight can go back? No, did I miss that the whole time? Knight takes, bishop takes, knight takes. Oh my god, yeah. That's like, yeah, that's way easier than I was making it. Let's go to this next one here. I actually want to show that. Here, and then they can't go up. This is the same thing I was saying there, is like the knight could take something. Except in that line, it doesn't work because they could just take that first, but it's because of this. So it doesn't matter that they have the fork there. All right, let's go to this next one. We're sitting at 54. All right, the rook's here on h7. The goal again, or the record I have is 62. So we're trying to, one second, let me do this puzzle so the stream doesn't end. No, I always get it wrong the first time. Give me one sec. Okay, there we go. All right, so we have that done. The rook's there on h7. What do we have here? So you can't take the rook right now. I mean, you could, but it doesn't do anything. Oh, no, it does. Wow, really? If you take the rook, right, so here, queen takes, and then queen captures, and then you just take the rook in the corner. That can't be it. Is it that easy? Capture? Is there an intermezzo move? If they go bishop e2, you could check on h1. Like, if they tried to do this, you could go here. I'm like 99% sure that's it. If it was a bullet game, I would play it, but because I'm so close to the record, I'm gonna do a little more calculation. I agree. Yeah, that took me like 5 minutes to see, and it was not even that difficult. But yeah, it must be just doing this. Yeah, and then here, and then really? Okay. Let me double check. If you take the rook in the corner, they go queen g8. Ah, I see. Because if you go, yeah, that doesn't work. If you take in the corner, they have queen g8, king d7, and then queen captures, and then back, and then bishop in, and then up, and then here, and then down, and then checkmate. So there is mate if you take the rook. Can you just take that then? I guess if you take that, you'll be up a piece. And then queen g8 runs into this. And then just taking that. Huh, that might be it. Because you can't take the rook, there's checkmate. You do, yeah, you just take it. I'll show the checkmate. Because it is... I almost missed it. If you just take this, you do lose. Yeah, mate in 3. It's queen here. And then king up. And then they take. And then you go back. Oh, this is actually mate. I did it more complicated. This is also mate eventually. No, this is not mate. King c7. Well, luckily I wasn't playing that side. This is just checkmate here on e7. Alright, so you're at 55. A very good run still. A very difficult puzzle right here, though. There are a lot of options. Rook g8 is where my eyes go straight to, as we have the check on the g file. If the king slides to h1... Oh, no, I just did a bunch of puzzles about this. Yeah, it's rook g8. This is the lead chess puzzles I was just mentioning. They have like lessons for mate patterns, and I did something almost exactly the same. It's because you go here, if they slide over, you throw... Wait, no. Wait, is it the same? You throw down rook takes. I think it's rook g8 though. Or is it here first? Is it here and then rook g8? No, if you go here, then they go here, check. And there's no... But could you just take, though, if the rook's down there? And then they don't have another check, believe it or not. Maybe the problem is if you go here, they can also just take. That could be the issue. So let's see. Rook g8, king slides over. What's clear is they can't go king f8. And then if you go down, they take queen over, back here. Down, over, down. I think I block with the bishop, though. So they're just queen here first. Queen here, over. Oh, and then it's check. Yeah, and then over. And then you bring the queen down. Because now block, you have queen takes. That makes way more sense. Alright, queen here. And now you can't bring the queen in. You have to bring the bishop in first with this check idea on h3. Let's double check. Yes. And you go down here, and then you checkmate. The other way, there's not actually a checkmate, right? Because if you bring the rook here, it just doesn't do anything. They can go over. And if you bring the queen here, and then they go, let's see, they go here, and you go down now, there's no mate after the king slides over. The bishop can block, and now this is too slow, as they have a check. Oh no, they wouldn't do that, but they have a check here, or a rook down there to e7. All right, let's go to this next one. We are at what? 56. All right, pawns here on e7. Material count, we're up a minor piece, but they do have a passer. I think what you have to do is just take on f4. Because then if they take check... yeah. Now you just... Bishop captures f4. If they capture... Right, you would just go over. So that doesn't... They couldn't capture back. So if you take, they would have to take the rook check. You would take... And for the time being, you have 2 pieces for the rook, which is okay. If they give this check, you could then drop a piece back. I guess you'd have to drop this back. If they go up, maybe you could go back check and then go up and guard it. I think that's what you'd have to do. Because going here now doesn't work. I'm pretty sure that's... No. That's not it. What is the move? Rook e8. Oh, and then it's the fork. So the fork's the idea. I did it in the wrong. Not even wrong. I just didn't see doing the fork that way. But yeah, rook e8. Alright, I have 1 incorrect. Alright, I have 1 incorrect. They move their queen in. Okay. We are still almost there. We are 7 away from a record. f6 is the first thought here. f6, attacking the queen, attacking the knight. If the knight takes... You'll take with the pawn, attacking the bishop. Please be it. I think it's just f6. f6. Capture. Yes, and you take this here. I want to double check. Because the queen is free. So if we took the queen... yeah, it doesn't work. Because you take the queen, they have knight to... Wait. Can you just take the queen? Hold on, I'm pretty sure you can't. But let's double check. If you take the queen, they would go... Yeah, whatever you do, eventually they'd win it. Because if you take queen, they have knight e5. And if you go bishop d7, bishop captures, yeah, you have to take the knight. And now you can... just take this. Because if you take this first, they can take check here. And then get more material. If you just capture, you're just winning. Yes. Alright, cool. Got to 57. The king got slid forward. I should show why you couldn't do the other way. There was a mate idea. Or not a mate. If you take the queen, they have 95. Yeah. And here, take... king over, they have knight in, and then take, and then take, and then take. And now this is not winning at all. Whereas the other way, you're up that minor piece in the endgame. But the king's here on g2. We have 1 incorrect. We need to get 6. We need to go 6 for 8. Better than 6 for 8, so 6 for 7. Okay. I mean, I really want to go 7 for 7, but we can only... The minimum is 6 for 7. Alright, what do we have right here? Material count, we're up a piece. So that's... I usually am a little more confused when we're up a piece. Like, are you just trying to keep the status quo? Or is there more in the position? I don't know either way what to do. So my first thought is a queen move, like queen a4. But I don't know if that does anything. Like, what does anything? Like, I don't understand what does anything here. Bishop to h6, just exchanging? That feels a little slow, to be honest with you. So I'm probably leaning towards not that. h6, they go back anywhere. I'm like 90% sure I'm going to get this one wrong. Now that I don't have self-confidence, I don't see this at all. Like, I have no clue where to even start here. There are so many options. Like, this is my guess. If I had to make a choice now. And then, blessed by the best, appreciate these likes. But I think it's here on h6. And then up, take. And then... there must be something hanging. There must be. And I'm just missing that part of it. So if the queen slides... Where's the danger? I just don't... Like, the danger is what I'm missing. Because even if they get all their pieces on d7, I could just go rook d8 and queen a4. So I don't... get it. Like, why could you not just do that? If we go bishop h6, they could go f4, take. So here, say they go f4, we would then take, and then what? Here, back, or back, or back. They have too many options. Here they also have too many options. Like h6 or bishop h6, neither is forcing, but maybe there's not a forcing line here. Is it just knight up? Knight f6. If takes, takes. Rook over, rook over. Oh, I get it, I get it. There is an attack. It's because if you go rook here, they could then go c6. Ah, but then you go here, they go down, you go over. There's kind of an attack. If you have like everything, if you get here and then like queen here and their rook's over and their rook's down, and they play that, if you take theirs, checkmate. Or they win the rook at least. So I kind of see the attack that's happening. I just don't see how you... Like, how would you stop that? I can't believe there are people who see this instantly. That is insane. Queen a4, that was the first thing I saw. And I'm leaning back to that. Queen a4 to go queen c6. Now the c pawn can't push. And then if the rook goes down, that's... I mean, I don't see anything else. I'll be here forever otherwise. I think it's queen a4 because now they can't go rook b7. You have queen c6. And then they can't push c6 because you control the whole diagonal. Maybe my first instinct was correct. So I'm just going to go for that. I don't see anything else. I'm not super confident in this one. That is correct. Okay. So I'm guessing I'm right for the reason I mentioned then, if this is correct. And then we go here. Let's make sure there are no tricks, but the rook is hanging. We can force the queen trade right here. Yes, and then take. Okay. I'll explain again why I thought it was queen a4, which is the first thing I saw, but I ended up realizing it's right for a completely different reason than I had originally said it. The first reason was kind of just a guess. Honestly, I was just like, oh, this is the first move I see. All right, let's say that. But the reason I believe it works is because with queen to a, it's the only move actually. Queen a4, you're stopping rook down in here. I think if you do anything else, like say you, I don't know. This is, I wouldn't have played this, but just to get it on the board. If you go here, I think they can just go. No, they can't go down. No, apparently not. They can go. Oh, a c6 immediately, and then if you take queen c4, setting up the discover attack. So bishop f6. Could you not still just do this? Capture. Oh, this is not winning. Very complex, but qa4 just guards a lot. This is why I played it. So we're at 58. If we get 5 more correct, we're hitting a personal best. So I must be locked in here. What I'm seeing is that we have a mate idea. So queen c1 doesn't work because after king e2, you could go, yeah, you could go queen e1, but then after king d3, there are no more checks. So if you take on c4, they could only block with the bishop. If they block with bishop, you could go queen to c1 then, and that's going to be checkmate. So if you take the pawn on c4, they have to go king over. Then we run into the same thing though. I'll draw the arrows. But if you give this check, right? If they go down, you go here, and that's mate because they have to go there. Only go move, and you take checkmate. So this is forcing. The king slides over. Then I think you give a check. They slide, you give a check. They slide. At some point, the bishop has to give a check. So, okay, here, over. Here, over. This has to be the first move. I want to say this is the first move because it's forcing. They have to go king there. It's a forcing idea. You have to take, because they can't go over. It's just checkmate after queen down. So that's my instinct, but I don't have to play until I see it. So I think it's here. They can't go down, we've discussed. They have to go king over. So where's the mate from that point? After the king's there and the queen's there. If you go queen down, they go king up. You could go queen back. They go down. Check up. There's just, but as forcing as it is, there's no way to actually checkmate them. Once the king's on h2, it's like it just goes back and forth forever. There's no way. If you go queen d4, they can move their king out the way. Yeah, that's a little confusing. So is it queen c1 then? If you give this check, but I don't think it's that because of this. Oh, wait. That might be easier than I'm saying it is. You could just go queen up after queen c1. And then go here, and then check. And that's checkmate actually in the open board. And then if you go here, up, here, they could literally own. Yeah, if they go down, that's mate. Yeah, I think it's just that. Because here I want to work. It does force over, but once they go over, they're actually pretty defended. Back, here, down, here, and then back. And you can't mate them. But I think if you give this check, cutting off the first rank, they can only go here legally, because bishop, if you go here and then back, you take checkmate, right? So here, up, check. If they go back, that's checkmate. So here, up, up. They would then go up here. But this is also checkmate because we control this diagonal, this square, and this rank. This pawn here is the only reason it's checkmate. That's kind of cool. Yeah, and then here, and then here. All right, cool. We're at 59. We're at 59. Hold on. Do we get a super easy one for 60? I mean, I'll take it. I think it's just queen d8 because that is simply a checkmate. So let's go. All right, 60. 60. I don't know why it was that easy for 60, but I will not complain. 3 more and we hit a record. We got to 60. Queen f5. Queen takes. Pawn takes. d2. e7. d1 queen. e7 queen. That's just not it. Oh, could I go? I think I get it. You could go e7. They go d2. Check. So e7. They go d2. Check. Take. Take. Queen. Queen. No, that's just too slow. This pawn is too active. Can you go here? I think the issue with that is they could go queen down now. And now, so here, then the queen can go to e3. And I don't think that's it. Yeah, because then if you went king over, they could just yo-yo back. But I feel like it's d7. Because queen f5, I guess queen e5 is f5 is forcing, at least. But you're just a move slower than them. Check, takes, down, down, queen, queen, queen captures f3, and you're just losing. So you need to do something that does not lose the race. So say we go down here, queen, or down here, we get the queen, they take the queen. We take the queen. They get a new queen. Check, down, check, up. Wow, I feel like it has to be... Like, there's no way it's queen f5. There's no way it's queen f5. I would have to play this and kind of trust my instinct here. I don't fully see it. But this just doesn't work. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, d2. Now, where's the rest? e8 queen. If they take, there must be some way that I can get rid of the d2 pawn that I'm not seeing. Okay, if you go up queen, They can take here. That can't, like, there's no way that's it. And I still don't think it's queen. I still don't think it's queen f5. It's just too slow if you do it that way. Queen d3, or queen b3, it stops their promotion. But I imagine there's some way you can just get the queen, though. If you go queen f8, they take. It's the same thing. I know, like, I can, like, feel, like, this has to be... Oh, is it h4? h4... No, because h4 they can still just sack. And then take... Queen... Check... Down, yeah. Bro, I'm so lost. I know this can't be that complicated. I think e7, this move has to be the harder move. It has to be the harder move. To find e7. Cause, well, maybe not. Maybe this is the hard part. Queen. No. So I want to cross that out. I don't think that's a possibility. It has to be a pawn move because this, it almost works, but it doesn't work, right? If you go here, they can still sack. But you see the king is getting corralled a little bit, right? If you go up here to h5. Here. No. Here. Takes. No. Queen takes. No. Dude, I might be here for 30 minutes. Queen g6 is dumb. Queen f5 doesn't work. Queen, if I just promote to get the queen, they promote to get the queen. Is there any way to win the queen on d1? Once it's promoted, I don't see a way you could win it, at least. Okay, here, queen, check, down, queen, take, and then back up, and then back. Dude, what? I have no idea. That doesn't work either. f4 doesn't work because queen e3, so that doesn't make any sense. g5, they take, and there's no way h5 promotes. It must be that you can somehow deflect the king back there. Like, this is like the mate idea. The queen just won't be there. Here, this pawn is just not catchable. Appreciate the follow there, Christy. H. No. H4, king. Wow, this makes up for the last puzzle, me finding it in 1 second because of how easy it was. This is a fair price to pay because this one is so much harder. Usually I have some idea. E7. Okay, why did I play? I played E7 because it felt like E7 made more sense than Queen F5. Like, it has to be you're running to promote, and you are a move faster. That has to mean something, right? You're a move quicker than they are by going here. If you go Queen F5, you're now a move slower. So what can you do with the speed would be the question. Like, what does that give me? The fact that I can promote one move quicker. So because we can go one move quicker, we can get the queen. They could sack, you take, and they get a queen. That's just a drawn position. Right after you go queen down here, check, they could move back, and there's no continuation. So that's why I don't think it's just e8 queen, as there's no way to continue to a win at least. That's why I'm back to one of the pawn moves. Here, I don't see them yet, but it would have to be something that looks a little weird. Because if you get in g6, that is winning. So I guess I can start there. I know if that happens. Oh, wait, I think I see it. Is it because you can go g5 H captures, and then you take. You're still trying to force that, right? That's the whole point. So here they take. Oh, I think that's it. Here, they can't allow G6, right? They can't allow that. And if the queen doesn't stay on this file, I'll get the queen and then queen to G8 checkmate. So you could go G5. If they take. Oh, wait. It's not take back. It's queen here. Oh my god. And then king down and then queen. And they have to take and then you take check and then you go here. I think I solved it. Yeah. I don't think you can take back, right? Because if you I'm like 99% sure it's G5. I've set it for like 10 minutes. I don't know if it's been 10 minutes, but it's been a while. But I think it is this because you need to go. You're setting up. I can't explain it, but I think it's this. Yeah. And now you go queen here. Because I was about to take a meat originally, but I don't think that works. And why does that not work? I don't know why that doesn't work, but I don't think it works. I know that this works. If you go queen here, this is forcing. The king goes back. Yeah. I don't know why you can't do the other thing, though. But I know that way works. Let's see. What did anyone see in chat here? I see a G5 somewhere. G5 threats me. Yeah, I miss G5 a lot. Let's see. Really? I mean, I don't think it was that easy of a puzzle. But yeah, the idea was if you instead take this. I don't think it works. Yeah, they can get a queen now. And then here, now the king can slide up. Yeah, I think that's the difference. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. All right, we're at 60. 61. So if we get 2 more, we'll get to our next one. Oh, the mate. I want to show the mate. Here, if they go down, this is not the analysis board. Here, the king goes, get the queen. And then here, then you take. And they move, and then here. And they can't. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. So I'll do this next one here. We're at 61. All right, the rook slides over. Queen takes on E8. Rook takes. Rook takes. No, that doesn't work. Queen G4 doesn't make sense. Queen takes, rook takes king. No. Queen G4, no. Right now, okay, I should start the material count. We're up a piece right now. So if nothing else happens and we keep the current material balance, we'll be winning. Queen G4, rook E1. So that doesn't work. You could go Queen F2, and you're attacking the knight, but then your knight's falling, so you can't do that. Is the same thing happen with Queen? Oh, I get it. The same thing happens if you go Queen F1, then they could just push up to G5, and then if you move, they could take on E1 first, and then it wouldn't work. So I think it's Queen D1. That way, whenever they push the pawn forward, you could just move the knight out the way. That would make a lot of sense. G5 is also an option. Wait, no, it's not, because they could just take, and then you take, and then take. So I think it is Queen D1, because any other queen move, I think it loses, almost. Queen here, does that lose? I don't know if queen here loses, but I'm guessing it's queen here, because you have more control. And that's usually a good thing, that you have more available diagonals versus going here. So you drop back, maybe because you're threatening the exchange, and maybe you can get developed quicker. And then knight in. Why can't you play knight in? Maybe because I guess you just couldn't move the knight again. I'm considering there because you could go queen to G4 after, but they could just go H5, and then you couldn't play that. So that's probably why you can't do that. And then Queen F1, Queen F2 don't work because of that. You drop. Why does this? I don't get why this doesn't work, though, is the only thing. I get why you can't go here, and you can't go there, because there's this idea of G5. and you lose the piece that you're up. Oh, wait, here, and then take. You take rook down, king up, bishop, king up. There's almost a checkmate. Maybe that's the difference. I'm gonna go queen d1 here. No, what was it? The queen d2? You take the rook, really? Wow, okay, I just was not gonna find that. That's a pretty, actually has a high pass rating. I think QXE is the only possible option. Yes, you're correct. It's because you have to find rook to d5 at the end. I mean, that is something. Well, we get that one incorrect. Our hot streak ends, and now we have 2 incorrect going, or 1 away from our, so if we get 2 right in a row, and Ilya, appreciate those likes, but if I get 2 in a row here, we will be at our record. But if we get anything incorrect, we'll fall short. You said G5. Oh, G5. Let me see. I saw G5. I just didn't see it. Why can they still play it here? Well, I guess they can. Here, G5. If you drop. Oh, I didn't see knight xg2. Ah, okay. That's what I didn't see there. All right. Well, we got that one wrong. We're at 61. Still. Already our second best run of all time. Rook d7. Alright, we gotta be super locked in for this one. I don't want to move quick at all. Rook f1 check. King slides. Wait, is it just rook d7? Well, I think it is just rook d7. I don't want to play it yet though, because I know it could be more I don't see how it's not just this though. If you go here, they go down, you take. Here, over, take, over. Just go down. I'm almost certain, but the ease that I found that with, considering how hard the last puzzle was, is concerning. So I don't want to say that that's it, but I don't see how it'd be anything else. Like you're down a pawn, right? So you need to level up the material, and there are knights on, so it's still a win for black. Like if it was just rooks, maybe this is a draw. I think this is still a win, but if it was just rooks, maybe you could draw it. But if the knights, it's still a win. So I assume is there any fork? And if you go rook f1, the king can drop back. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure you just win that. But that seems too simple. Like that, it has to be too simple. It has to be. Rook down, king down takes, king over, rook just runs away. Check, you go here. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe we got a little lucky. I'm trying to triple, double. Yeah, I just don't. There's nothing else I'm going to play, like, honestly. If it's wrong, it's wrong. I don't see anything else, realistically. Like, rook here, I don't think does anything. Like, they didn't move their king out the way. Rook here. Why would you play that? So, the only other option is here or here. And they both make no sense. Because if you go here, and they just go over. Like, there's no follow-up. Here, kind of a similar thing. After the king goes back, there's no follow-up. So we're just going to go rook d7. Okay, that's correct. Now, I don't get why I would not just be taking the knight. It just feels too good to be true. That is simply rook d7, rook x c7. So I'm triple checking. The king's down. If you go rook e7, that loses. Yeah, it has to be. I'll just take the knight. If it's wrong taking the knight, I'll have to take my L. And they slide. This may be where it's interesting. Like, where do you put the rook at? I guess is the... I don't know how there are not just 5 winning moves. Like, why can't you go here, or here, or here, or here, or here? They all seem like they're winning. But I'm guessing they're not all winning. Like, which is why this part of the puzzle. They must not all be winning. So let's find a difference. If they were to take the rook, there's not a forking pattern. So you know you'd have to do something that... I really don't understand this. Maybe the problem is that the knight's kind of trapped. here. Like, what is the... I don't get the difference. Like, here versus here. I guess okay, here. And then you move, and then up. But can they not just do this anyways? Maybe they can't. Rook c1 is probably too far away for that plan. Because my idea would be to get my knight to b5. Like, it'd be like knight a7. Oh, it's rook c5 then. Yeah, because I do think you have to go knight b5. So rook c5 if the king moves. Knight a7. Yeah. Okay, I get it. Because if you go all the way down, they go up here, and then if they were to go then here, you would have to go back. But then I guess as I'm calculating it, like, it's not, I'm not seeing, like, okay, here, and then they go up. If you go here, they go here. Down. But I guess I don't have to do that exactly. So what I will only cross out rook c1 and rook c2. Because I feel like they're just too out of the loop to really consider. So we have 1, 2, 3 as an option. I don't know. I guess I could stop it at 3 as well. But for sure not these two. It's just too far away. I doubt those would be the move. It's no way to see it being useful there. What I need... Maybe do I need the knight here? Like, if I control the c file still, we could go here. We can't control that because of the check, which is why I was saying rook c5 at first. But if we're wherever, like whatever square we're on, and we have knight a7, and then we go knight there, it is guarded. So here, so rook c5, this is the current move I'm thinking of. King up, knight here, king up. It may not be king up though. Rook down. Why does that work? Here, you could only go knight a7. I don't see how all of these don't work. I'm going to have to look at... Whether I get it right or wrong, I'll have to see in the eval bar. I'm going to have to take a guess because I can't tell the difference. c5 would be my guess. But the only thing is, if I'm going to guess, is that with here, the king's kind of close. Like, it's only 2 squares away. I don't see why it would matter. Here, up. The knight can move here. They could go here attacking the rook. But then they could go down. So they couldn't move the king that much. If you go here, they'd go up. But they would... Maybe they don't have to move. So let's say there. What if they go rook... Oh, what if they go rook a6? Okay, rook a6. My knight's cut off. But then the rook can always... Dude, this makes no sense. Like, why? What is the difference? There has to be no... There's no difference. Well, there is a difference, but no obvious difference. Here or here or here. I'm going to cut these out as I mentioned. I guess c3, it's probably one of the central ranks. Because c3 also, if I'm cutting these out... Alright. I cannot explain this. It's here or here. If we go rook here to c4. Okay, let's try c4 now. Rook c4. If they move their king up, the knight could go here. If they checked, I think the difference is this is just farther away from the king. So if you go rook c5, the king slides forward here. Right. And then you would go here. Maybe this initiative is the difference. But no, it's not. I'm saying that, but then you could go rook here. So it must not be a king move. So here, king up. We're trying to... I don't know. I'm really going to have to take a guess here. Okay, it's there. The rook's gonna slide over. Yeah, this just seems too close. Is the only thing. Like rook c5, but because I guessed, I don't know how to continue it. That's the problem. Knight moving here would not work. Knight here. There's a fork. This square is where I think I have to get to. Could you slide the king all the way over? Okay, knight's going to drop back. If they take the knight, bro, I think we're at a place where I really am above my ability. This is 3300-ish level puzzle, and I'm feeling every ounce of it being that type of puzzle. Rook d4, they can just take the knight. Maybe the idea is that, oh, do you drop the knight and go rook f4? That might be it. So if you go rook here and they take, you go down, and then whatever you do, you're going to win both of those pawns. You can't really keep the knight. Oh, that's the difference. If I'm on c5, you can't go there. That makes, well, if that's the idea, that makes a lot of sense, actually, now that I'm actually seeing it. Because here, you can't go there. But now you could go here. And then if they take, then you go here. And then you win both of these pawns. And their king, you could cut their king off because the king is on c8. And even if you let them go here, you can always go rook f6. And if, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just that. I'm pretty sure it's just that. No, 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 no. What is it? What is it? It is instead king h6? Really? Why is it king h6? So you give a check. I honestly just guessed on that, but the rook slides over. What happens here? So with what I did, oh, rook a5, you take. Is this not a win? Oh, maybe their king can get there quicker than I'm expecting. Yeah, because you have to go back, and then they can go up. And then, yeah, you can't win that one. Alright, let's see. Why is it king h6, though? If you go here, they push, take. What happens if they don't push? If you just go, like, rook here. So, the rook has to stay on the 6th rank. That makes sense. Because of the rook here, the knight, you can't move out the way or the knight moves, right? Yeah, so that way, if the king moves back, I don't think I would have ever seen that. Rook slides here to f6. One goal is to get your pawn off the board. Rook c4 is the only move that protects. Rook c4 is the only, that's why. So that's why it's rook c4. And explain king h6 for me again, because I'm seeing the eval bar. Bro, I'm still lost. What's going on, Drip? Rook e7 to trade everything and get free pawn. Yeah, this is a puzzle. And then, dude, Rob, I could not get that one, bro. Very confused, very confused. Yeah, the king, we stop at 61. Dude, we were right there. We're right there for a record. But sorry, I missed that message, Rob. I was just super locked in. And then Peter, today I'm not doing any games. I feel like I missed a few messages. Sorry, I was trying to get that record there. Appreciate the likes there, Ilya. Yeah, we stop one short of my personal best, unfortunately. Let's see. Let's go to this. Let's play again. We were one away. The last two puzzles. This one I wasn't even close to. I honestly wasn't even close to it there. All right, let's go to this next one. We got to 60. So we got 50 and 61 to start the stream off. Let's start the stream out. We're like 2 hours in. But for the first two runs of the stream. Alright, the pawns here on f3. Appreciate that, Keelix, or Eternal. We're going to take here, check. I would imagine, yeah. Capture rook, capture here, checkmate. Rook down, take mate, checkmate. The first, however many, are pretty simple. Alright, the queen's here, take here on c2. There's nothing here. You could just capture and then take. There is no mate, and then Ilya, appreciate all these likes that you guys sent in there. If you capture this bishop, they'll take this. Let's see, material count, we're equal. I don't actually see. I don't actually see this one. The rook, I'm guessing, is trapped. You go here. Oh yeah, I see it now. The rook has no legal moves after you take. And you take this. All right, you have the first 7. The king's going to move. This pawn is just too far removed from anything. The king slides over. Knight can drop back check. Or you can, no, you can just go rook here. And they can't move there or there or there. So yeah, just checkmate there. Another mate in 1. All right, on b2. The king's going to slide. Queen here, checkmate. The first 11. The queen can slide here. You win the rook here on e2. Now I have a rook for 9 in the endgame. Their pawn slides forward. We can move our queen in check. Ah, yes, and then double check, checkmate. This is a mate because the bishop and the queen. This next one, it looks like you win the queen. There's actually just a checkmate when you take the bishop there. They know where they can go there. The queen's going to slide over. You could capture and then win the bishop. Is there more, though? I don't think there is more. I think you just win the bishop, yeah. Take, rook down, take here. At the first 16, their king comes forward here. I think it's here because, yeah, if they go here, you could go here and then over. That is kind of a worry. This seems more complex than the usual 17th hardest puzzle, but I think it is knight to f7 because anything else is more like nothing else makes sense. Like you can't play queen here or you can't go here. So I'm going to guess it's here. Or not really guess. I think it's there. Knight back could be the move, but then they go over. Oh, no, but then they get out this way. So you can't allow them to get out diagonally. We can go queen, c4 check. The king slides over. And then, yeah, and then you take, or you check here then, and then back over, and then checkmate. Okay. Yeah, there's a mate eventually. You can't let them get to that g4 square there. All right, take here on f6. You can capture because you have this long pin, and you take here on g2. There should be a checkmate, and it's queen here, and there will be mate eventually. Take, check, and then you win the queen because you opened up the rook. You see the bishop retreats back here to d4. We can take here, check. The king drops back, and then you could take the knight. So capture, capture, check. And you don't take the queen yet. You'll take the rook here, winning some material. And this one, the knight is guarding the king's escape, so you're going to sack the rook. Bring your queen here, and then checkmate on h7. Queen's going to move. You take this, and you take the rook. Got the first 23. We have the white pieces. You know there's a mate in 1 because they're up 2 queens. And rook down is just checkmate. As the knight's guarding another mate in 1. The 2 rooks and the pawn guarding that there. Queen can slide in, and you have queen angling in this way. So that's why it's such a nice idea, is the queen can drop in. If queen back, you can deflect with rook down to a8. So queen slides. You can't take, but you can go rook here, deflection, and you win the queen on c8. All right, this is another one that's mate in 1. You have active knights here. Queen e8 is perfect there to a4 checkmate. And there's nothing they can do after that. Perfect. We have the first 27. Same idea as the previous puzzle. Rook sacks, queen h7, and then checkmate here on h2. Alright, the bishop's going to come in where it's this to e7. I don't get how 2 moves don't work. Oh, yeah. If you do this, the queen can take. Okay, so it's just here. And then you checkmate. If you took the other way, the queen could take, and you have a defender. This one, I think you capture. Queen takes, queen blocks. Rook check here, and then rook takes. Let's see if that's correct. Here, queen takes check, rook down. And there it is, checkmate, as there's a pin. It's like the 3rd puzzle we've got this run, where it's the same mating pattern there. Take, and then here, and then take, and then take. And now this is checkmate here on h1. Alright, this next one, the queen just slides in, and you just checkmate. Alright, I have 33. The king's going to slide forward, then Ilya, appreciate these likes. Rook down here is just mates. Yeah, rook f4 is checkmate. The king's going to move. Knight here almost makes sense, because if you go knight here and they take, they lose. But the only thing I'm struggling with that is, why do they have to take? I think that's the move because of that. And yeah. So knight slides, if the king slides in, what is the issue? Like, I don't, why would they have to respond? If you go knight here to e2, right, knight e2, if they move the king, or can I, like, if you slow roll this, if you go up here to c5, oh, you could just go c5, honestly. Yeah, c5, they can't push, then it does fall. So just here, if the king moves, here, yeah, you can just go c5. Then push the pawn forward, here, and now here, take, and they can't hold on to everything there. I mean, I have the first 35 here. This looks like there's a checkmate. Honestly, you could go king h1, h2, because going straight here, they take, king takes. But here, now there's a forced checkmate. Right, you hear queen takes, but this is mate because of the combination of pawns controlling squares there. All right, this next one, the rook can capture check. They slide, check. Yeah, take. This is a free queen. Okay, I took a little bit too long on that, but yet eventually, here the queen's going to take, because if you capture, they can take. And I feel like it's not that forcing. This is forcing, though. Queen captures here, check. If they go over, you'll take mate. Here, take. Rook down, check. Yeah, queen captures. I want to see real quick why you can't do it the other way. I want to double check that. But what is the difference? If you instead capture... Oh, wait. Oh, the queen's hanging. Oh, that's the difference. There will be no queen left on the board. Alright, the rook's here on d1. It feels like this is the... Oh, it's just knight here. Because you're threatening checkmate. They remove the defender, yes. But then here... Or they stop this attacker. But I remove the defender, and now that's square. And then over, and then checkmate. Because here... And if they go back, this is also checkmate. That's pretty unique, honestly. I haven't seen that puzzle before here. And then here, I'll show that real quick. Any response led to them getting mated, which was pretty cool, honestly. Whatever happened, there was a checkmate. So they slide the rook over, knight in. If they don't take, let's say they just go here. This is mate, which is why they have to take. And then I'll give this check. Right. Over. And then checkmate. And there's another way. Oh, yeah, if they just go here first, stopping this, then this is checkmate. Because you control the file, and you're giving the check, and you control this square too. That was a pretty fun one. Alright, we have the first 39, I believe it is. And the king slides forward. Honestly, this is just a mate net with rook here. And you can slide over in the center. And we have the first 40 here. Alright, we need to get the next 23 as well. And then DZ Carter, appreciate the follow there. Yeah, we need to get the next 23. Have the first 40. Alright, the rook's there on b2. Rook to h. Honestly, I think just rook h5. Because rook h5, if they go up to g6, rook h8 is... Yeah, rook h8 is just winning. Yeah, there's nothing they can do. So we get that one. We have the first 41. If we take on g2, that's a check. We want to remove a defender to win the queen. And the defender here is the king. So we take that check. If the king goes forward to f3... I don't know what to do if they get that. But you have to win the queen or the rook, though. And the reason you know this is if you look at it, they're up 3 pawns. And that's kind of the puzzle's way of telling you, well, you got to make this work somehow. If you go queen b5... Oh, I think it is queen b5. So queen b5, if they go rook... Well, okay. Queen here. If they go queen over... Take down rook here, right? So they can't do that. So queen here, they would have to go over. You check still. Here, check. If they go up, you would take up here. I think it is queen b5. Because if you take this, then the king slides up. And there's no continuation. Wait, no, it's not queen b5. Okay, what is it? It is that. Oh, I missed this. Yeah. Queen d5. That was findable, I guess. But we missed that. And we have 41 for 42. Now where we want to be at. But we can take this check. King over. Check. King over. Mates. Here. And then here. And then rook down. Alright, we got that one right after getting one incorrect. Their knights here on c6. A material count, we're exactly equal right now. Ah, this is a unique queen trap because you can go bishop here. It looks like they can just take, but once you take this, they actually can't save their queen. If they go back, there's a fork, right? So here, here, it's a unique queen trap. If they go all the way, I'll show that one because that one was pretty fun. It's kind of intricate there. We're not even that intricate. They just can't go back, right? If they go here, you take it. If they go all the way back, you have this fork, which is the problem. So that's why they dropped the queen. And we have the 43 for 44. We need to get 20 more correct. Let's go 20 for 20. Queen f5, check. The king could just slide down. So I don't love that idea. Queen f5. Or is it queen here to g4? And then you just win the rook. That's probably more accurate. Yeah, take. Then you win the rook here. Alright, they move their rook forward here off of the 8th rank. So queen down. Check. And then you win that. It doesn't matter what you take with. I don't know. If you take with the queen, why is the why is there a difference right here? I have no idea what the difference is. Maybe the problem is bishop captures h3, threatens checkmate and attacks the queen. So you take with the queen if they do bishop captures h3. Oh, you could take the queen. Yeah, so I think it's with the queen then. Yeah, I'll show that real quick. The other way, I think you're losing almost. Because here, if you take with this, and they can take bishop captures h3, yeah. And this is checkmate, and this is hanging. So you have to sack a rook, king takes, and then give queen b6 check, which is, you know, you're just losing here. You lost a piece, you're down a bishop. We have 45. The king's here on b1. So I'm looking at queen g4. It's a place we can put our queen on. We're attacking the rook, but f3, excuse me, would stop that instantly. So I don't know if that's the move. We can move our queen here, threatening mate very up close and personal. If they move their queen back, you could stack. And I'm leaning towards, I think I'm going to play that. Yeah. Now you could take, but your queen drops. What if you go here? They can't defend a third time. Yeah, they can't defend a third time. And I'll take, I guess I'll take with my rook. Because if you take here, they can go up and defend it. If you take here, they can't really defend it. They'll have to go, yeah, they can't defend it. And now you just take the rook. And that's a win. We're at 46. All right, their knight goes towards the center. It seems like an easier puzzle. It does seem like an easier puzzle. We'll see, though. So knight captures, bishop captures rook. Knight takes knight. Bishop takes rook here on e8. Then we could do... Yeah, after that, I may be a little confused. Oh, wait. You could go here. Well, I think this is the first move. Yeah, and they just take this instead. Yeah, the other way, I don't think it would have worked for them if they do that. I couldn't see it fully, but the The makeup of it was in my mind. They go take there on d5 though. Bishop can slide down to c2. How do you keep the knight on the board is the question. Because captures on e5. Where do you go after that? Queen takes, takes. I think it's here. And they go. Wherever they go, you have knight in. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. Wherever you go, I'll show that. I'll show a few different things there. So the first thing is, if they take the rook, I couldn't like verbal. I can see it. Like I can't describe it. It works though. Like here, and then if they go back, and it's the same thing. Yeah, I knew it worked. I just could not verbalize it for some reason. But the other issue is, when this happens, if they instead go here, I think it's just two losing after this, queen d2, and then take. I don't know why you lose the queen instead. Like I don't think any person would ever do that versus this. But this, as you can see, not much to be done with the white pieces. So we get that one. We're sitting at knight check. Yeah, I see you're locked in, Amine. Oh, you've been here for a while. You've been here for a couple hours. And maybe you scroll back though. But the knight's here on f7. We can go queen check. Getting out the way. Or you could just take. You could just take. Attacking the queen. They go here, you go up. Because we're equal material right now. You're up a piece. They take. You attack the queen. Man, much appreciated. Glad you're enjoying. I try and make it somewhat educational, somewhat entertaining. I think you can just take the bishop there for this one. Yeah, because you can go up now. Yes, and you take the queen. Alright, we're at 48. We're at 48. Okay, we're locked in. We're about to get back to 50. That should be a baseline for me now. For a while, it was a bit difficult to get to 50. I feel like I have improved a decent amount in finding some of these. I say that, and now we're at a puzzle that I don't see. So I may not be able to hold it on here. But in general, I've been improving. I think h5 doesn't work exactly. Because if... I can't even see like a mate net. Like what would it... I mean, h5 has to be the move though. Like it would have to be h5. Like there's no other... I'll see the rest later. Like there's no way it's not that. Yeah. Now the rest. The later is here. If we slide down... Well, you can only go here or here. So like it's a pretty easy decision in terms of what it would have to be. So it must be here. No. Here. And then here. Check. Man, which one is it actually? You can't just move the rook over, right? The problem with that is that this is falling. So I know I have to move the bishop. The reason I'm not excited about this is because if the king moves, and then you can't guard this. So you go in. But that's not forcing, so I don't love it. But let's say here. Check up. They've escaped if that happens. Can you go here? No, it's not there. Wait, what? You have to go... Okay, rook g3 is crazy. Rook g3, dude. And it has a high pass rate, too. That is insane. Wasn't even on my radar, man. You have to sack the bishop. You have to sack the bishop because of this checkmate idea on g6. I would have never have found that, I'm not going to lie. My mind, I'm not there yet. Not there yet, man. I'm not gonna lie. We could go. Well, you said you didn't get it. Yeah, I didn't see. Man, me either, Leb. Dude, ridiculous. For this one, I think I do see this one. I think you can take. And then that's also hanging, and then bishop there is checkmate. Because if you just go there now, they go back. So here, yeah. And now this is hanging because of bishop check. And now this is free. And you're up a minor piece. Alright, at 49. They go rook here to e4. If you take on a1, I'm not seeing that. Oh. It's just, here. And now that's not quite working. You could deflect with check. Yeah. Deflection, and you win the queen. Okay, we got to 50. The queen slides. This should be easy. I mean, it should be. We'll see if it's actually easy. Oh, it's it's queen e7. That's a fun one. Queen e7 because here they can't actually get over. Yes. And now, okay, why does it win though? That's the question. Why does it win the game? I think because you could go a3. Yeah, because if you go down, yeah, I think it's just a3. And now they can't stop that. That's a fun puzzle. The bishop's here on e5. We can go to f4. Because we're in check. Well, okay, maybe not f4. Because actually, I'll take that back. You cannot go f4. Because if you go f4, there's actually just a mate on the way. You go f4, they have rook g2. King up. They could sack. Oh, but you can't go here either. Because of this. Well, you can't go here because of this. Maybe it is. What? I don't know. I don't know. Why can you go here? Well, it can't be here because here you're losing. But you can't go here. So if you go up and then rook here, what's the difference? You go king here now. They go back. You go up. Take. These are harder than some of the 60 level puzzles that I've done today. Like these last couple, man. Okay. Well, you can only block. It's a 50-50 chance. So I'm really it's like a coin toss between moving king there immediately or going f4 first. If I have to pick, I think I just go there immediately, honestly. Go there immediately. Bishop back. Queen takes, king takes. Because if you go f4, rook g2 just can't, like that just can't be a good thing. Like there's no way allowing that is somehow a benefit to me. But if you go, I just don't see how getting here allows there and then there. Like this is happening either way. It's just that you do this with having the pawn on f4 already or not. You can't stop this. So it's either here and then here, or it's here over and then here and then here. And then take. I'm really going to have to guess. And my instinct is here. Yeah. I'm going to have to, because I don't get the difference. But this makes more sense because you're not giving up rook g2. Now, for the hard part, how do you do? Oh, you could take check and then take. Okay. Oh, you couldn't. Well, that was pretty simple then. You can't even do this because then you can't take a queen. Yeah. You can't take a queen at the end. Well, it took me a while, but I found it. We got to 50. Oh, I'm 52. We got decently far this run. We have 2 incorrect right now, but we are at 50. I just missed I hit 50. Maybe I said it, but I just now, like, cognitively have realized the score we're at. Not that bad, honestly. Knight can jump forward, because I feel like I'm doing that well, and we're still at a pretty decent score. But knight g5 feels like the move, because you're threatening that, and then the rook's hanging. Wait. Well, I guess not. Aw, man. It's the same idea, except backwards. That is a frustrating way to get it wrong. Now, why does this not work? Oh, What a move. And then here, if they go here, can you just take now? Yes, that's the difference. You're cutting off the knight the other way. The bishop, I mean. Wow, that's pretty fun. That's a fun way to get a puzzle incorrect. Like, you never want to get one wrong, right? But that's, if I have to, if I'm going to, it'll be there. Okay, so we got to 52. That is the second best run we've had this stream, but still not where we want to be at. So we want to try again. All right, 3, 2, 1. Well, that's free. I want to have it where the first 40 become easy. Like when I first started, you know, I've definitely felt the improvement of what part feels easy. Like these first 10, I could probably do like not really paying attention, which I should be able to. And it just, I want it to feel like that for the rest of it. All right, I want to go here, sacking the bishop and queen down, checkmate. Checkmate here. Check, bishop check. You take there for mate. That's 11. That's 12. Sack queen. Next up, this is a pin on the king. You're going to take the queen there. All right. This looks free, so we're going to go queen here, check. Ah, yeah, you can take here. If they move, you take the knight here. I was confused for a second. We have the black pieces. Knight blockading. Pawn down, and you get the queen. That's a winning endgame. Bishop. I mean, really, this is a free queen, but this is also checkmate, which is why you take this instead of taking the queen. And now you still get the queen, and you win the game. This is a free knight because this is a pin, and it's actually mate with queen to h3 following up. Bishop slides in, check, and you take here checkmate on f7. They capture. There's no mate here just yet, right? Because we have the rook guarding. But this is a free queen that I'm going to take instead. The rook slides over. The queen can slide in here. And then down, take, and that's checkmate. Their knight's going to jump forward. We have no way to diagonally attack them on this dark square. Because no dark square bishop. The queen can only take on a5. So I kind of know it's not a checkmate idea, at least. Maybe queen e5? So you win one of the knights? Like if the rook takes, you take the knight on c5. The knight takes, you take the knight there. Might be the best I can get. Yeah, and you take this knight. Alright, you see they jump forward. Queen here. Sacrifice, take rook. That's the first 23. This is a mate pattern. You're going to take. And you can't do that because the bishop guards, which is the usual mate idea. But it's queen down here to e1. You're going to sack the queen because the knight's guarding the escape square. Queen down, and then rook takes checkmate on the back rank. Alright, the rook slides over for this one. The queen looks a little bit weak. And I think it is after knight here to e1. They could sack or... Oh, wait. Knight e1. Takes. Takes. Ah, but bishop takes, you then take the queen. Okay. If you take too much, it doesn't work. You can take once. Yeah, but you can't take that second time. You're going to capture. And then take here. That's the first 26. Rook takes, king takes. You just want to go here, break the king side, the queen side. And they're too slow to catch up to you there. You would think there's some type of checkmate with the way that this is set up. The king's there on f8. The queen can slide down to h6 mate. King slides over. Queen takes on h7. No. Knight takes. Okay, let's say knight takes. The king has to go to e8. Knight f6 check. The king has to slide over. Queen down. Yeah, I think you do take this. Yeah, because whatever house show that, there's no way they can maintain, right? If you go here, they go over. Queen h8. And this is just a forced win. They go here, you take. The knight's just too strong. Knight and queen mates are very satisfying to find and play. Alright, their pawns here on f6. Double check, checkmate. Alright, that's something I need to be familiar with. this is a free queen. I think it's just a free queen. Yeah, and then you take this, and you're up a queen for a rook in this endgame. Alright, 2 rooks apiece, 4 pawns apiece. Where's the separation at? I see the rook can slide in. If they go down, rook over, rook down. And after that, I am a little confused what could even happen. But that's definitely the first move, is that rook c4 idea. Rook c4, the king comes up, rook d3, the king slides. Oh, and then rook to e4. Yes, that's the mate idea. And this rook slides over, and then this rook slides over. And that's the first 31. The queen's going to slide out the way. This is a sacrifice of the rook, and then knight f6, and you take the queen. Alright, next up, another one. It's not that obvious. Oh, it is obvious, actually. Queen here, it attacks the knight, and it turns like the mate nets. So here, and they stop that. So you're going to take the rook, and then take the knight, and you're up a minor piece. The bishop captures. This is a free rook, and you also have queen down in that second rook. So that's what I'm going to do. Take here, and now it looks like there's no continuation. Queen here. Is it to win the rook, though? I don't think so. If you go rook down to h7 check, king goes to g6, and then queen g8's actually checkmate, I believe. Yes, this is checkmate, because the king can't go anywhere, can it? Or it's almost checkmate. I mean, they can go here, but then you have rook over. Oh, I'll show it. It's not made exactly, but they can go king out the way. It's because you have rook f1, right? Yeah, rook f1, and then there's nothing they can do. Here you have rook in, and now the queen's falling. So it's not quite mate, but it's just a winning attack. I roll this next one. Their knights here on f5. Just mate in 1 here on h1. We have the first 35. You can't quite go there. You could sack and go rook here to h4, and then rook down, checkmate. The whole point was to avoid the queen taking the queen, but if the rook delivers it, then it's perfectly fine. The rook's here on d6. I think you can take and then go bishop g5. Yeah. The first 37 have been found. They have the bishop pair versus a rook and a queen. We have an advanced pawn on e6. If we take the queen, the bishop takes back. Rook to f7. I don't think that would win. I don't think that would win. Instead, what can we do? Maybe rook d1. Yeah, rook d1 would work. It would work, yes. Because if you go here, you're attacking the bishop. If they move, you take the queen. So obviously they can't move the bishop, right, if you go here. They would have to take. Because if they keep the bishop there, without taking the queen, it falls. So it's just, I'll just show it. Here, and they go here. You just take this, and you take. I'll show why it'd work, though. Because that's another one of the tactics that's just fun to see. Yeah, rook here on d1. Say they take, you take this, and then here, and then queen, and then take, and then take. This is also just a losing endgame. Let's go to this next one. We're sitting at, what is this? Sitting at 38. I almost see this. I was going to say it's just here. I don't think it's that. Oh, it is just that. Yeah, it is just that. Because if they take, you take check. Oh, no, rook over. No, so it's not that then. Queen captures. Let me just sit and think. Because I'm not finding it right now. Oh, if you go rook captures h6 check. If they take, queen takes. And there's a mate here on the next turn. So the idea is that you need to get this rook activated. So rook takes h6. You don't take this pawn here because the rook can slide over. The queen's going to capture here. Setting up this checkmate, they have to sack the queen. And that is that. So we get to 39. Almost at 40. Almost at 40. Let's see if we can get to 40 again. That I never want to get below 40 ever again. I feel like I can make 50 my baseline. So 40 would be really under achievement. It looks like there's a free rook, but it's usually not that easy. It's just taking on e1. Rook takes, rook takes, rook takes. Yeah, I don't see how I would not just be taking there. Rook captures, rook captures, rook captures. So if you take this, and they take, and then you take, and then king here, and then rook down. I don't see how that's not just it. That feels like that could be it. I don't see another way to do it. Yeah, let's just take, and then take. Maybe here is the part that is challenging, but is it not just rook back? Yeah, it is just rook back. Okay, we got the first 40. Where do we go from here? We have all 4 pieces that are meant to, are all 4 middle game pieces we have. Rook can take check, forcing king up. Check, forcing that, and then bishop here, checkmate. Here, bishop check. If you go this way and they take, you then can't go there or that falls. So you have to keep it like where this is still open. So check here. And now bishop moves as you control this square, this square, this square, this square, this square, and this square, and you have the check. So that's checkmate, and it guards the knight through that. The knight can slide here to h5. You're attacking the queen, and then this bishop's just falling at the end. I don't think they can maintain it. We're going to take with the b pawn and not with the bishop, so they can't go queen here. So bx c6. Wait, no! Wait, no. You can't take that way? Oh, you take the queen. Wait, why is this not okay? If you take the knight, what's the problem? Take the knight. Queen f3. Oh, the knight's hanging. Ah, I thought it was just super easy, and I did not think through. That's what I should not do. Never let your guard down, because we could have had 42 straight, and I did not calculate, and I missed something, and that's not a good thing. I believe queen down for this one. Now, if you take check, the king moves. Taking the rook, they just take your rook. Yeah, I don't think it's that simple. Wait, again? No. What is it? Okay, the rook instead. Well, 2 straight wrong. After a flawless start, not what you want to see at all. Well, we're in check here. King down. Right, because if you go here, they have this check. King a8, there's no check there. Check here. Up. You go up here and you're setting up the sack that they can't really stop. I think you can just go up here to f2. And they take this, you're going to sack the rook. And now you get the queen. Okay. After 2 wrong, we get 1 right. Finally, after getting that horrible 2 incorrect streak, which doesn't even sound that bad. Give me off 3 strikes. That's pretty bad. That's not what you want to see. Where can we go this time? If the bishop takes on h6, bishop takes, rook takes. That feels like that'd be good if you take first, but there's probably a little bit more than I'm seeing right now. Rook down. No, I think you do just take that, honestly. Because queen sliding anywhere, and you have that bishop hanging too. Yeah, the bishop's hanging on c4. So say you take, queen takes, pawn takes. I'm going to go for this. Bishop captures h6. Now, what do? Is we're up We're down a piece. We could take this, but then they take that way. You can't win the knight back. If you go rook down, they could go bishop back. And then here. And then here. And then over. But we have the right idea, clearly. If you capture. Let's see this. Right now, are we losing? We weren't losing anything here. So we're not doing this to try and get out of a bad position. We know that this has to be like a winning idea. Yeah, I am back home. Not a different camera. It's just my lighting at home is not the exact same. Like my lights on campus, they just have a light that blends perfectly with it. So it just looks a little different. Like this big light here is not the same. I don't know the luminescence. Maybe just color is what I could say there. But yeah, the queen can drop. It's either you take this or, I mean, you have to take this. Is it with the rook though? Yeah, it is with the rook. They bring their bishop in. Sliding over doesn't feel correct. The slide in the corner. I don't get that one at all. I sort of understand. Why can they not just go here? Is the only thing I don't get. Knight d5. And then they go, let's say they go back. Okay. Rook d3. Take. And then you just go here. So rook d3 is what I missed. If you play that, that makes a lot more sense. Okay. The rook's here on e3. Again, we've messed up badly. So we are... Oh, this is just here. Yeah. Wait. No. No. Wait, why does that not work? Wait, why does that not work? If you go here... Check. King up. Oh, you have to go here. Queen e5, there's checkmate. Now it makes sense. And then check. And then here. And then take. And now this is just a draw. So you would have kept the bishop. I'm not wrong on that part of it, but I missed there's just a winning attack, even though you have the extra bishop. That is crazy. I thought we had that one right. We stopped at 43. By far our worst run of the day. We were very close to getting it 2 runs ago, and we've just done worse and worse since that run. Before we go to the next run, does anyone want to play me in a puzzle battle? If so, let me know. Type in the chat and I can send you an invite. I'll wait like a minute, and then if not, we will just continue the survival puzzle rush and see if we can hit that goal. But yeah, type in chat if you're interested in doing that. Just switch it up. But it's cool. If you guys like what's happening, just let me know. I'll start a poll here for you guys on TikTok. And then on the other platforms, you can type in the chat for me. See, poll. I think I've already made this poll before. I have, yes. Let's restart that. So, all cool if you guys want to see the same stuff. I can continue going. And we can do a 3-minute survival while we're waiting for the results. If we have anyone who does want to see me want to do puzzle battle against me. If not, all good. I'll just keep doing this. We're going to take this. That's checkmate. Oh, that's just a free queen. How far can we get in 3 minutes? Rook down. We're timed. So checkmate. We have to just go. We can't calculate everything like I have been doing this for this entire stream. There's not many calculations can be done. Rook over checkmate. You take this first, and then here. And then because you're stopping that from happening, queen f8, capture, there's mate in the corner. Same thing, you take on f8. Bishop's going to move. Knight jumps, and you have checkmate. They can't take because of the pin on the g file. Checkmate, that I see that puzzle so often. It just does not happen. Oh, the knight's there. The quick play has finally got to me. We get one incorrect in the first 20, which has not happened all day. So definitely the time I use is important, or how long I take. Checkmate. Take. Then you go rook down, and now you take this. All right, next up, bishop's going to slide. We're at 18. And you win the rook here in the corner. I don't see any messages or votes. So I'm guessing you guys want to see the same thing. And that is more than okay. After this is over, I will go back to see if we can get our personal best. We're just going to take there. But we're doing a timed one right now. A bit of a change of pace. Rook here and then knight down. Bishop activity. And then here you can win the rook. All right, at 22. That was honestly more complex than I thought it would have been. Take with check. Perfect. This is not a free queen because of this. Somehow, yeah, I don't know how. How would you do that? I guess you can take. Yeah, and then there's checkmate. Queen down. Nope. It looks like we're going to lose on time here. Or, not on time. We're going to lose before the time here. If we attack, there, queen up. I don't see anything anywhere, really. And Tova, appreciate these likes. Capturing. Queen moves. Huh. I don't know if I get this one right, regardless of it being... No, that's incorrect. Okay. Well, I don't see anyone saying they want to do puzzle battles, so I will take that as a no. I will instead continue what I've been doing and doing Puzzle Rush Survival. So let's go back. Puzzle Rush Survival mode. How long can we last in this? Alright, let me take that off. And Tova, appreciate the likes. We're almost at 10,000 likes. If I haven't called out your name, and you've been liking it, much appreciated. I've been, locking on the puzzles for some of it, but I appreciate all the likes we've been getting there. Alright, let's go up here for B4 checkmate. Checkmate here on E8. Checkmate. It will be made eventually. And that's the first, so bishop here mates. The first 5, alright. The first 6 is queen down here, the king can't move. Queen A8, queen captures, that's mate. Opposition. Deflect, or not deflection, I guess. The bishop is only legal move, and now queen down there, that's checkmate. This is mate because of the bishop guarding the queen. This will be mate because the bishop guards the escape square. So you can go queen down, sacrificing, you get checkmate in the end. Take for mate because the pawn can't move. This is almost too good to be true. Oh, knight here. And you're setting this up. And you take on F2 at the end. Rook captures because of the pin. If you take, rook takes. Oh, you could go down, and oh yeah, you could go down. Yeah, because if they go over, you could then take on C7. You just win the queen now. The rook's going to slide forward here. Take, you take with check, and then you take this rook, and you're up a rook to go the rest of the game. This is mate in 1 here on C2. You know there's some type of mate idea, because you're down a lot. And you just go knight here, it is forced mate with a double check ending. Queen slides over to H6, and this is checkmate. Because the king has no way to escape. Rook slides. What could we do? Knight in check. Yes, this will be a win. Because now rook over. And both of the escape squares are guarded. We have the white pieces. I think the problem here is once you promote, you can just slide here, check, and then win the queen. Yeah. So we're at 21. Rook's going to sack, queen h8 check, and then checkmate. Their pawn's going to push forward. Oh, I get this one. It's because knight here, and then queen takes at the end. That is pretty cool. The only thing I don't get is after here, king up, queen takes on f2, king slides in. Where's the mate? I don't see the mate, but I get the point. Like, it's here. Well, they don't do it that way. It would have been interesting to see if I found that. I think I would have eventually, but let's see, like in the evaluation bar, what it's saying the difference is. So here, If they go up instead, queen takes here. Oh, then bishop f5. Okay. Let's go to this next one. We have the first 23. The queen's here on e6. It looks like it's a free queen. Not free queen. A free piece, like after you take. Because take and then you take there. Yeah, here. Rook captures e3. And you take the knight. We have the first 24. If the knight slides in, you could go knight here. But then the queen has this escape, right? So I don't know if I want to do it that way. Queen up. No, bishop up. Oh, it's bishop check and then knight check. Yeah. Bishop here, knight here, checkmate. That's a very cool mate. Not a natural one, I'd say, but a cool mate. If you take the knight, I don't think I love that outcome. Rook down, check. Down, check, up, check, here. That doesn't feel like that's that good. And if you just take, they have enough pawns to make it difficult. So I don't know if I want to play that. Bishop takes, queen takes, captures, captures. So that's probably not it either. Queen takes, knight takes, rook down, over. Huh. I'm stuck on this one. It would have to be rook check then. Yeah, because nothing else works. Just process of elimination. If you go rook down now, like what is the difference? What's the difference? So if you take the knight now, queen takes, queen, rook takes. So it would have to be rook again then, because nothing else has changed. So we're going to rook down, check. I saw this. I did not see the mate. I'm not Mbappe, but what's going on? But the king is here on c7. We go queen. Oh, is it queen down? To then win the knight? Here. No, wait, no. Well, I don't have to restart. Because we are not going to get to 60 having one wrong in the first 30. Alright, we're just going to take checkmate. I could have looked at what was wrong. It was just muscle man. Like, oh, let's get to the next one. That's not going to work out. Capture. And then king down. This is kind of complex for the second puzzle. Alright, rook's here. Rook here to e8. Queen down. Take. Checkmate. Rook checkmate. Checkmate. Mate. We have the first 7. And we're up a rook in this one. A mate here. And we're already about to make up my spot. Alright, we have the first 10. I think I got 26 wrong. Check. That's mate eventually. Knight down. That's mate. The king's in the corner. Rook check and bishop down. Checkmate here on g2. Queen can slide in. They slide up, though. So I am a little... we have rook sliding over on the open file. That's why it would have worked. And now bishop check. And he won the queen. We have the first 14 here. The king slides over. Queen takes, check. And that's going to be a win. Alright, the bishop has slid forward. We can capture on e3. They take. And I appreciate the donation there, Rulus. Take. Queen here? I don't know. I think that'd have to be what it is. Like, there's nothing else. Why can they not just go king f2, though? And the roses there from Rulus. Much appreciated for the donations here on the stream. Here, I'm trying to get this puzzle right in honor of the donations, but I am confused. I don't know how to do this one. I think you have to take, yeah. Now queen here. If they go up, what's the... Like, how do you win it? I don't see. I mean, it would have to be there. Like, it has to be this. can they not? Okay, I have to see that. Can they not go king f2? That's where I'm confused. Like, nothing else made sense, so I did it. Like, here. I saw f5. I was like, after they take, how do you win? Oh, rook takes. And then here. And then you double up. Okay. Again, that's more complex than 16, I think. Their knight's going to slide up. So, like, this is a 16 puzzle. Like, you just win the rook in the corner. Wait. I guess not. What is it? Oh, knight here. Oh, there's checkmate in 1. Oh, this is not even winning the rook in the corner. That's a free piece. Okay. We've had 2 bad runs. It happens. It happens. We're going to lock back in. We're getting to 50 at least this run right here. At least. Alright, rook slides here. Rook here. Okay. I'm not going to take any puzzle for granted, given its difficulty. I made that mistake too many times. It will not happen again. Rook's going to slide down here to b8. You take that. We have the first 5. Okay. This is checkmate. Unless I see a mate in 1, I'll use some type of calculation. Alright, a lot of mate in 1s. A lot of mate in 1s here. Yeah, mate in 1. Okay, here, this is where we're going to stop. Just sit for a second. Where's the mate? I think it's b4, up, and then rook. Yeah, this is one I do see. Yeah, and then rook here. That's checkmate. Okay. Mate is just g5. Alright, that's 12. That's 13. And now a free rook. Okay, these are just easier than the last batch we got. We're at 15. We've already caught up to the last mistake we made. Queen check, I think, is just the idea. If they can't block, they have a check. Now, how do you get out the way of all the checks they could give me? Because there is a mate there. I think the idea is king f7. And if they go here, after king here, they can't check you again. So king f7, king g6, and they have to sack the queen. We got to 17. We've already caught up to where we were last time. We will take that as a win. King to e3 is where I'm looking at. Alright, we push the pawn down now. Take, and it's just a win. Can we get to 20? I think it's e5 that gets us there. We attack the queen and the knight at the same time. And it seems unstoppable. Let's double check there's no mate, there's no threat. Yes, I think it is just e5. And you win the knight here, attacking it at the end. Alright, the bishop slides in. There's a fork and a queen falling there on f7. The king's going to slide forward here. The rook can slide to b7 check. And then wherever they go, you have queen b5 at the end of it, right? So check. Well, rook would take. And then queen b5. And that's checkmate. We have the first 21. Because the pawn is anchored by this pawn, the queen can just drop back a square. That diagonal checkmate. The queen slides up here to a3. We have a rook. We have a queen. Where's the mate is the question. Queen slides over to d8 check. Because we'd be attacking the queen here, the king here. If they go over, we have queen here to g5. So I'm going to play this. And then this. And that's all you need. They push up here to h5. I like the queen dropping down check. Yeah, there's a fork at the end of this. So here, you take. Knight captures f7. You take the rook in the corner. See, there are knights here in the center of the board. If you take on g4, knight takes, queen takes. And it's perfect with bxg4. Yep, that should be it. Capture, queen takes. And you can just move the rook out the way of the attack. Alright, the first 25, the first quarter. Rook sacking. Takes. Yeah, rook can sack itself. Queen captures, and that's checkmate. You can see there's almost a mate, as the king is super weak. Maybe not almost a mate. You see the weakness of the king on full display. So you take here, and then queen in, check. They can't block with anything, and now bishop here, checkmate. Right in their face for that one. A similar idea, I think, here. Or no, wait, no. You could just take this rook. And then they would capture. You take queen. Yeah. And they have a bishop hanging along with you having something hanging. So this is a free rook, but this is free. And that might actually lose you the game. So you can't do that. Rook down, though. They can only block. So I think it's just rook here. Yeah, they can only block with the queen, and you take the queen there, and that's that one. You see their rooks here on b2? Rook can slide to h check, h8 check. King here, 95 checkmate. That seems like a good one. Yeah, and that's perfect. Their bishop is in. Ah, I see this. You take with check, rook d8 check, and then you win the rook here in the corner. And then king slides over. Alright, we had the first 30. Alright, another... First 31. I already had 30. We are now almost we're halfway there to my previous best, which is 62. Halfway there. The queen's going to slide to h4. And you just take and take. Alright, this one's a checkmate as the knight guards to escape. This is another mate. The knight is guarding. Here should be check, check, take. Hold on. I think you would have to just go king to d5. Yeah, king d5. I was confused for a second because you generally don't want them to give an opposition. But I think it worked there because you had a pawn move still. Maybe I can show that. That could be a useful thing to show. So the problem is, on that last puzzle, if they were to here, if they go over this, you don't want a lot of opposition, but you can just go up. And now they have to move somewhere where you get it. Now to show the difference, if you go here, and then here, and then here, and then here. Wait. What am I trying to show? I'm trying to show, okay, if you go here, so up, you want to go here where there's opposition. So boom, boom, here. See that the difference is now this is a draw, right? But because you could have went c4 for that move, they could go back over, and then you get the opposition, which is the difference. A pretty interesting difference, and that's a fun little twist, but that is why it wouldn't work the other way and works that way. So the queen's here on c4. We have queen sliding to a8 check. The king would move, check, up. Okay, we can win the rook. That's not even like that's the minimum. Like, I'm trying to see if there's a mate. It's probably still queen a8 either way though. Because if you move queen to f5, after king, yeah, I mean, it would have to be queen a8. Oh, it might be rook d1 check. Okay, rook d1. There we go. I'm going to say taking the rook, it feels like there's not a way for you to wait, like hold on and win that. But now you have, this one I do see a way. Queen check, and then you just take here on h4. And that's 37. Queen sliding in, taking on h6. King drops back. Rook over. Well, the queen would have to be in. I don't think you can do it with just the rook. Yeah. And the king's here on g8. You can go rook to g6, check. They have to go king f7. And then you could go queen at h7. Yeah, this is just a forced mate. And there's nothing they can do about it. They push up here to e3. We're at 38. So, can we get a little bit farther and get to at least 40 straight? Rook to h5 is my first thought. It's a check. It kind of forces takes. But then you have queen g7. And then a bishop moves, queen captures. Yeah, I think you just go rook here. Sacrifice, queen slides over, and you take checkmate. Alright, next, you see that we're down. We're down. You see we're down. The queen could go to c2. The king goes to d4. And then you take on f2. They move and you take on g3. That makes a lot of sense. So you're going to go here. And then take... Oh, wait. Here they go over. And then you go up. And then you still win it. Okay, for a second I had lost it. But it's take, and then here. And then now this is free. Alright, you have the first 40 here. A nice break. I think you go rook here. and you surprise yourself. Yeah, rook here. Because if you just push, take, like you're not really doing that well. This way, you go up. If the king goes down, you can capture. If capture, you can just go up. I think it's rook here. You can sacrifice the rook, and you have this passer that they can't stop. Are there rooks here on d1? Where do we go now? We could go up to e3, attacking the queen and the rook at the same time. And we know it works good because if the queen moves, you can take the rook with check. Now, if you go down and they move their rook over to e2, that's where an issue persists. But then I could go rook c2. So e3, rook slides, rook x c2. If the queen goes back, you take, queen takes, and then d4. I don't know if that's it, but I mean it's not a bad try. Let's try this up here. And they do go rook over. This is what I was a little bit worried about. So rook takes c2. If the queen drops back to e1, you could take on e2. Queen takes, no. So it must be that you can take this somehow. And if the rook captures, can you just take there? Because taking here now doesn't work. If you just take, I mean, the queen could just go down. You would take, they'd go up. So capture, rook takes. I can't tell the difference. Like, both of these feel like they don't work. I can't tell any difference between taking the queen and taking the pawn on c2. They both feel like, ultimately, there is no checkmate. Can you take on c2 with the bishop, maybe? Bishop x c2 to get rid of the defender? Maybe that's the best thing. No, it's not. It is probably one of the moves Why does that work? Okay, I have to see that. Cause I'm like, after here, why can they not just go queen down? This was my qualm. d4. I said d4. I didn't believe in it, and it is the correct move. Okay, it is d4. Let's go to this next one. What's going on, Shia? Is it Cheyenne? Yeah, their king has dropped down. Here's almost promotion. How would you ever get over there? Not a clue. not a clue, man. I think you have to take this though, and then just go for it. And now you take the rook. All right, we're at 42. After that setback, we're back in the green. The king's here on d6. Check. If they move their queen here, and this is the only move, which is queen down. Yeah, nothing else even makes sense, honestly. So I have to go for that. If you take, you win the rook. You get 2 rooks and a piece for it. Is there anything else? I don't think so. Yeah, I want to see something. If they were to instead of what they did, go here. I was considering. So here. Oh, you just keep your advantage. I was like, what do? You're already up a piece. You're just stopping the attack, basically. Okay, so their knight's here on f5. Knight can take check. Queen takes. Yeah. And that's checkmate. All right, the queen's going to drop back. You see that we have this attack almost on this 3rd rank, but we can't quite get it there. We could go queen to f5. Oh, that's actually perfect. Yeah, queen f5. That's actually the exact move. Yeah. Because whatever happens, you can have this rook sliding in to win the queen. I'll show the other option here. All right, let's show it. What else you could have done with it? The reason I was so confident, if you go here, it's just rook here. Like, whatever happens, you're just going to win the game because of the queen. It guards too many squares. And here, you know, here, and then here, and this is free in there. So we're at 44, I think 45. We have 45 correct. How do we make it more? I think it's knight to e3 check. So knight e3. If the king slides over, queen captures d2 check. And then do whatever, then you take on c2 for checkmate. Let's see if that's correct. Capture because of the rook. Checkmate because of the knight. Alright, next, they move their rook forward some. If you take on d5, queen takes. And there's no continuation if you were to do it that way. So we need some positive continuation with the black pieces here. Capture. There's no deflection with queen f5 that I could see realistically. I don't think anything there makes that much sense. Rook to c8. I struggle to say that's a legitimate option. If we try e4, maybe. No, I think it is e4. Here, yeah, because you take this, and king takes, and you're winning. And the reason it works so well is whatever else they do, they are losing a defender, right? So they can't get to the defense of this rook in time. They can't go there, and they can't go there or here. Like if they go here, you can take the queen. They take, you take the rook. And that's actually mate, so they probably take this. And then you could just take this or whatever you do, you're winning because you have a queen. And there's no immediate mate on the board, so as you imagine, it'd be pretty good for the black pieces. Alright, the queen is here on f3 in this puzzle. Okay. I see queen a5 check. They would have knight c3. If you take first instead, get rid of the knight. They could then take here. Take. No. So it is queen check. I just don't see what to do after the knight retreats. Like there's no follow-up. Knight here. Then they just take with check. And then take. And then you're pretty much done with the attack. Bishop check first doesn't work either. Oh no, if takes and then takes, you have queen in, so you can just take this first. Yeah. That's what it is. It's just queen in at the end there. Alright, so right now we're up. We're equal material. If you take the bishop, I'm up. Yeah. So you would have to do, if you take this, you're up. Then they take that. So you take this way. And now you take this. And I'll show what was happening, which is why they allow that to happen, is because you have the idea, if they take, oh wait, no, they did the same thing. Here, oh, queen a5 too. I was looking at queen d2. This is also okay. And then you take this, and you have a fork on the way. It's just completely dominant, which is why that would be a win there. I'll go to this next one. We're sitting at, what are we sitting at? We're sitting at 48. So we are, am I not showing it on TikTok? Oh, I am showing it. We're sitting at 48. We are 14 away from a personal best. What I'm looking at right now is rook can slide up to c6 check. If they go king d, it has to be checkmate too, because you see they have h8 on the way, and you can't really stop it. Like it's not stoppable. And then if you go rook d8, the king's too loose. So I'm almost certain it's just rook c6. It's after that I have some questions on. But honestly, I think I'm gonna have to just play this. Yeah, because there's no way you could do it otherwise. So it's not like I did something too complex there. It's not another option really. But their king's on d7. Where can we go is the question. Oh, it's I think it's just rook. I see the idea. If you could force the rook, I mean the king to d8, rook c8 checkmate. So you would have to go like here over. No, you have to stay on this file though, because if they get here, they're out the way. So check, king up. Check. Check up, check down. That would just be a repetition if that were to happen. But we're almost. I can like feel the right end, so like it's right there. Is it take the pawn then? Cause then up, down, down, up, over. But then the king. I need to get rook c8 is the mate. It must be take the pawn though, because rook c5, it doesn't work because of king d6, and you can't slide over anywhere at the end, and the rook is undefended. Like if you go here, and then the king slides up, it's just defended. It must be this. I just don't see why it worked. This is my intuition, because it's the same thing as this, except you win a pawn, and you get one more square to have access to. It has to be. Okay, we're going to kind of guess here. Yeah, rook slide. Wow. So now, okay, they give us this one now, and this is what I was saying. It has to be rook c8 checkmate. I was correct there. I want to see why they cannot move their king up. I just don't see why they can't go back here. Oh, now I do, because this is checkmate. This is the problem I was having. With this, I'm right. I'm like, what do you do with this? That is also mate too, really. Rook b5. There's still a mate here that I missed, though. Rook c6. King d7. The same. It's just the mate net. You have to be on c4 so that you have the check there at the end. Very, very interesting. Now they can't take that because it's not hanging by the king. Very fun puzzle. Now we are at 49. We have the black pieces for this one. Knight here seems like kind of a no-brainer. Yeah, you just have to corral the king. Corral this. Up, here. Oh, you could go here, because you're setting up the fork, so they have to go here. And you'd go up. Or you could go here. King moves. Huh. Oh, knight here? Well, then they go here. Yeah, I think it's knight here. No, wait, no. It's something. It is there. I overcomplicated it. Yes, it's just the more obvious move. I just miscalculated. The king's here. We have 2 incorrect at 49. Can we at least get to 50? Clearly not a 60 type of run, but we can still get to 50. That's not impossible. Rook can go here to g8 check. The queen is hanging. So an important thing to note at the start, and we're down a knight. So those 2 very important things to note here. Rook g8 attacking the king. Rook f8. Take. Rook check. Rook slides down to guard the check, right? Rook here to f8. After that, I'm at kind of a loss, because how would you continue the attack? I think this is the first move, though. Yeah. Oh, the queen just blocks. Well, if that's going to happen, I can get it right. You're just going to take the queen, I bet. And Then you just take this, because they can't go there. Alright, take. Why did they have to block with the queen? That's what I'm not seeing with this. Why can they not go here? You can take that. I was wondering if you could take that, but you can't. Oh, it's because of this. Yeah, okay. Like, I was almost like, well, you can do this, but I didn't fully see it. It was more like a feel thing. The queen's here on a5. We're at 50. So obviously we want to get more than 50. But we at least got there. I think the queen is trapped after bishop d2. Bishop d2, queen a6. Rook slides down to b6. Or is it rook b6 first? Because really, you don't have to rush it. The queen's just stuck. Like, you don't have to speed it up at all. If you make this move first, and then they get to reset on this diagonal. But if you go straight rook down, it's still trapped at the end. Yeah, and you take this here. Alright, at 51. The rook slides here to h1. The bishop could give this check. Or. Bishop here. I struggle with bishop there because of queen back, and then it feels like there is no purpose after queen e2. Bishop can go to b5 check, but then they could push up, and then we're kind of where we don't want to be at. There's no super clear way forward if we were to do it that way. But it has to be, it has to be something like that. Bishop here check. They push the pawn forward here. Or is it here first? They slide the queen down. We move this. But c4, in every line I'm saying, c4 feels like it stops it. It ruins the idea. So up, down, take. Well, I'm just going to play. I don't see anything else. No, that's wrong. Alright, what is the idea? Instead it was to... It is there. Okay, it is there. You can sack. This is it. This is just winning. Huh. Not the winning idea I had in mind, but b5 check, and now they can't really hold the bishop. Because after here, you can... That's pretty complex, honestly. But get to 51 after that run. Definitely better than the last couple we've been having, so I can't complain too much. Or be on myself too much, but obviously we do want to get a little bit more than 51, as the goal is ultimately to keep breaking my personal best. I'm going to take a quick puzzle rush break and play a puzzle battle. Still some chess on the board, but I need to reset before we go to another 30-40 minute puzzle session. Let's do a quick 3-minute adrenaline booster. Take this here. Alright, rook's going to slide down. Mate. Queen slides over. There will be a checkmate there at the end. Rook's going to capture. Perfect. Perfect. The king can't move anywhere. Queen in here to e5 checkmate. Checkmate here on d7. Well, that would never happen. Mate here on g2. Mate here on g2. Another one. The pawn can't move, so it's stuck. Mate here on h. The pawn's going to come forward. We have queen sliding in, and then a mate there at the end, regardless of what they do. This is a free knight. Take the queen. They're also perfect, though. So we are... It's not looking amazing. Given... I guess we're doing good, though. 17 for 17. They're not moving that much faster. I'll say at least we're not at some huge advantage. Take 18 for 18 with them. Okay. Rook down. Take and take. Okay. We have the white pieces for this one. That's checkmate. We're 20 for 20. And their king is not fast enough. When we get the queen, there's a mate here. Not quite. But here there is a mate. Bishop c6. We have the white pieces blocked with check. And then just slide over. And slide here for mate. We're both still perfect. Alright. Alright. Rook down here, check. And you take the queen. And there's still checkmate after the queen is sacrificed there. Rook down, knight in. 25 for 25, but they also have not got anything wrong. This is quite difficult. I don't think I'm a 1900 at this yet, but because I won the first couple games, I was able to do it. Queen b1, take here on b2, check, and then checkmate. Capture, queen takes, takes. Wait, no, I need to go queen down at the end. I see it, I see it. I do see it now. Too late though, but I do see it. I have one incorrect. If you capture, take. I'm also stuck here. I'm not gonna lie. It must be a sack. I just don't, because the queen's guarding this. Oh, check, and then take. Okay. We're at 29. Double check, rook down. Yeah, we're not gonna win this one. This was a good effort. I got to 31. I can live with that. They just played a me. They got 34. They got a whole 3 more than me. This one, when I found it, not quick. I'll tell you that much. I don't see it immediately. But all right, let's go back to the longer form puzzle solving here with survival. All right, can we break our record? They move their rook over. The queen takes. That's an easier one. I guess these are all easier ones at this point. Checkmate, checkmate, queen down. These are all very simple mate ideas. Take, and you have this fork here, so the queen's hanging, and then capture here, and that's all you have to do for that one. This is not as simple, but you can take and then push, and the king's simply too slow. You can go all the way down. They push here to h4. Ah, a maiden one with knight here to b4. Maiden one with the pawn and the queen working together. Bishop will take. This is kind of complex for 11. And then take. It's like a maiden 5. But it is a mate at the end. What can we do? Ah, you can give this check. And then win this knight here on c8. Perfect. We have ladder ideas with taking on c4, checking, and then rook can go here as the pawn and the rook working together. There's a mate on f7 because of the knight. Queen here, the rook is guarding. Queen over, and then you take. And there's a fork here, and you win the rook. And this bishop's hanging at the end. All right, we have the first 17. We can go in here, but the knight's there. So I guess you can't go in there then. I'll just take that whole sentence back. You cannot bring the queen in. Where can you go instead is the question. I'm looking at queen a4. Oh, no. It'd just be queen b5. Yes, because if they push d6, you can then take. So here, and then you take on b6. This one, I think you just go up to g3. If the knight moves, you could sacrifice it. And now they just have to sack their queen, I think. Okay, you just sack this. And then here. And that's going to be a win eventually. This is a maiden 1 on c1. The king can't move. The queen slides over. You can win the queen with queen check and then rook here. And then you win the queen here. Chess.com daily puzzle. I do not. I haven't done daily puzzles in probably years. I don't know why. I just stopped doing them, honestly. But no, I don't know that one. Is it a particular... We can look at that. We can take a quick... We've been doing this. Let's see the daily puzzle. Do I see it? Let's see. And we can go back to that after. I think that it's just knight here. Yeah, because if you go knight here, you're guarding that. Yeah, yes, that is correct. Because if you go knight here, there's nowhere the king can't go here to f7. If they go, they can't go there because of the knight, and they can't take it because of the rook there at the end, which is the issue. All right, let's go back here to the puzzle rush survival. We're at 21. Let's see if we can get to anything higher. I think it is just queen over. Queen a1, take check, and there's going to be a win at the end. But I'm saying there should be some mate because the king's still locked up. You take with the bishop. Appreciate that, yo. Bishop here on g5. Alright. Here, I would guess it's bishop c5 check. And then it's because the king would go forward somewhere that loses something wherever they go. So I think you go here first. Why you can't take this? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why you can't, but I'm guessing it's here. Yeah. You can. I'll look at the difference. Like, I can feel that this is the better move. I can't really explain why. I have to need the engine for that one. But yeah, here you just take check, and then you take the knight. I want to see why you can't just take that, though. I'm guessing there is some tactic that I missed. If you... Oh. Well, that's just free. Yeah, that's why. That's just a free piece. Alright, let's go to this next one. We're sitting at 24 for 24. The queen has dropped. Take, and you take rook. First 25. Check, or check up. Check up, check down. I mean, you would have to take for it to be check. Oh, there's checkmate. I was like, how do you win this game? There, you just take on f7 at the end, and that's mate. Alright, the queen's here on c7. Where can we go? I like maybe queen to a6. qa6 looking at f1 at the end. That feels like that'd be perfect. Because you can't really stop it. I get, oh, that's not true. Here they go back. So what is an unstoppable way to do it? That doesn't feel that realistic. We're on 27, so it should be hard, but not like that hard. So queen moves, queen down. Oh, you could still go... What? Oh, never mind. You could still move your queen there. If they take, you take with the queen for checkmate. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And then... Well, you can only go here legally. So it's not even like much of a decision. Now... King up. No. Well, we're not going to be able to do this. Oh, it's just a draw. Oh, you can't win it. You can't win the game. It's a draw. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get to the record getting one wrong at 26. So, we're going to... Well, actually, let's see. Let's see if we can. Let's not say I can't do that. We'll try it still. Okay, king on d6. I don't know. I'm stuck again, honestly. It has to be something like with any queen move, they can just get out the way, like the knight's hanging. And if you go here, that can be the idea. Ah, I think, yeah. All right, 28. Knight can slide check. This one I do see immediately, and is just rook down at the end. This you can take the bishop, and then you could get your queen involved here on d8. Next up, we're going to have our pawn go... We can go bishop here to go rook down. And we have 31. The knight's here on b5. We could take... No, taking the bishop's not a good idea. The knight is... The queen is hanging. Queen down, attacking the rook here in the corner. And then knight here. It doesn't feel like that's that good of a plan. Oh, it is, because this knight's hanging right here. Yeah, that's what I missed. and you take this here with check, and that should be a win. Alright, the rook's want to come forward here to d4. Let's make sure there's no puzzle here. No puzzle. So rook here to d4. Rook takes. Rook takes. Rook down. Rook down. Knight here. Over, knight there. Yeah, I think that's it. Capture. Here. Here. He. Oh, wait. If you go here, oh, you take here and then knight here. So the other way they can get out the way of that, you can take down c6. Alright, you see there, rook is over here attacking my queen. Oh, I think it's this. Because if they check, you go up. Back, you take queen. And there's no way to guard. Yeah, that's nasty. And you promote to a queen and you take the rook. That is a disgusting tactic. They take there on h2. Double check checkmate with knight here to f6. I've seen that so frequently. You would think that's like a normal, maybe it's more normal for other openings than what I play. But that would never happen. But the bishop's on h3 here. We can go bishop g4 attacking. I think I see this one. I think you have to give a check. And now this is free. And then king takes. Yeah, I'll show that real quick. But the problem was there's a free piece. A free queen at the end, I think. If you just go over here. Well, no. If you take and then here. And wherever you go, it feels like there's some type of... Wait, oh, you just take this, really. Huh. I thought it was more complex than that. You can't go bishop here. f6, or you can. And you take here. There's no way to win the queen, but you can win a lot of the pawns there on the king side, and that would be a win. This one you can win the queen with rook captures g5. So rx g5, rx g5 again, and then you take the queen here. Wait, do you know? I guess not. Let's see. Really? Oh, that makes sense. What I was doing, moving too fast. It's not that much of a win. Well, we have 2 incorrect. We're at 36. It looks like this will be the lowest. No, I guess we have a few lower. This one, I believe, it's here. And then knight here. Yeah, because if they would have taken off the knight, it doesn't work. But their knight sitting here on b6. Rook capture. You see there's this super active diagonal. Is there any way to get a piece there? Rook slides up attacking. No. Take. They go here. Then this is hanging on a7. Up. Take. The same thing really happens. Up here. They can only go here now to keep track of the knight. That just has to be a weakness that I'm not seeing. It has to be. Because they can only, that's the only move. Oh, and then you could go rook up here. Yes. And now it is completely free. Alright, at 38. A very rough start. But it's not impossible to turn this around. Queen check, king over. So QA1, or king H2 would have to be. I need a check that also attacks the rook on h5 at the same time. I don't think that's a possibility. I think that's a possibility. Like, I'm asking... Oh, I get it. It's because of check, and then you take... And then rook here to h8. The only thing I don't get is they have rook here. So, wait, it's rook here to h8. They could go rook g3. So maybe it's not. It's something to do with this, though. How do you stop that from happening? Rook over, rook g3 check. King f6. So no, it's not it because of that. I mean, this has to be... This must be it, and I just have to figure out the rest. Because there's nothing else. Alright, rook here. Oh, king back. And then here. Alright, they're going to take. We can go queen Queen to... Oh, I see you. Okay. No, Kizzy. You did cook there. Took me a while to find that one. But their king is here on f2. What can we do to try and win something? If you take, there's a checkmate, so there's nothing there. Check, still the same idea, right? That there's a mate on the way, and that's not stopping it, right? We give this check. They go back. Honestly, that may be the only... Because here, then they go up. Where is the follow-up? There is no follow-up. So it has to be some way you get rid of the queen. So queen down. All infiltration squares for the queen don't do anything. Here doesn't do anything. Here does nothing. Here does nothing. Here does nothing. So it has to be here. It's just after this I don't see... Well, it has to be this. Yeah, nothing else works. Everything else is a mated one. This is the only check. This is a force of the queen trade. And you survive the position. The rook's going to slide up here to e3. Rook over attacking. The queen has to move. And then could you go queen? Like, would queen f4 be good? I mean, I feel this would have... No, I guess not have to be. But it feels like it does the best for you. Oh, wait. How did I miss... Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that's just a free pawn there. I somehow did not see that. Because we have two attackers. And that is just... obvious. Oh, well. We get to 41 or 40 there, I think. 40 on the dot. Number 6 today, number 6 this week. 35 all time. I'm going to see my runs. My top runs, 62, 61, 57, 57. Yeah, that was not in the top 25. That was a bad one. I got a couple wrong. It's like, what was I thinking? But that's the point of doing it. And so this does not happen in a game. Like, I have all of these reps in, basically. That's my thought process with it. I hope that ends up working out. But rook here, e8 check. Checkmate there. Checkmate here. Checkmate here. And now, yeah, the first couple, there's nothing really to add to it. These are just mate patterns. Queen's going to slide mate with the bishop. You can remove the defender. This one's a little bit more. And you take here on h2 for mate. Check. Check. Checkmate. Alright, next we have a maiden one on g2. A sacrifice of the queen on c8 because the king is stuck there. A mate on f7 because of the bishop. The knight's going to jump. And then queen d1 at the end. We just did the exact same puzzle. And that's the first 13. Okay, the first 14. Now what? Queen down for mate because the bishop guards the escape. Same idea as earlier. You sack the knight and you have queen here for mate. Mate in 1 because the king can't move anywhere. This should be a checkmate here. Yes. Checkmate here because the bishop guards. Now you're going to check here. Yeah, perfect. The knight's going to slide in. You can take this because of the queen and the rook working together. Take this and you take the rook here for checkmate. Alright, you see they're up a piece, or up a rook, but they're losing now after queen to h1. That's just game over. This is mate because the pawn can't move here. Alright, next up. I think it's... Do you sack the queen? I think you do sack the queen. Yeah, and then knight here, check, double check, and then rook down for checkmate. Alright, knight's going to slide up. This looks trapped. So, we're going to trap it. Yeah, take, you take. And now that is a free bishop. Perfect. Alright, this next puzzle. We have the king very weak. Queen can slide in with this check idea. And I think it's not much more than that. Because queen check, they move over. They're sacrificed. Let's go here first. Here is a little bit... It's a little bit harder to mate when the king is here on h6. The queen can go to f7. No, I don't like that because then they have queen e1. I assume there's another check. that I'm just missing. Rook takes g6, king x g6. Queen there. Because queen f7, queen e1, rook f1, queen up. Yeah, that's just a repetition. I think you would have to sacrifice this. I'm just struggling to see how, like, the logistics of it, but I think you have to sack. Yeah, because there's no other way to win the game, unfortunately, which is why it's like process of elimination. The idea here, I think, would be to go queen check. And then queen check, they move the king. Because if you check with the bishop and they go king over, like bishop f5 and they go king to h6, there's no continuation. So I think you have to go here. Yeah, and now you take this and you will win that game. Either rook has slid forward in this one. Oh, it's bishop here because they can't take that because of the pin. So you just take this here. All right, the knight goes back. Another checkmate as the pawn can't move. This one, I imagine you just go up. They take, you go over. And you're kind of just forcing a win. And then king slides, take. And that's going to be a win at the end there. This is a sack of the queen. Or not sack of the rook, I mean, not the queen. And then the queen's going to go there and then checkmate. That's the difference. All right, rook h5 and then rook h1. That is checkmate in 2. They can't stop it. With this, yep, they don't make you solve the rest of the puzzle because it's so winning. This is a completely free bishop, which I will take. And they slide down, king up. And it's just a win, a queen versus rook. Here's a pin here. Take. Up, over, up. So you have to take. And you get opposition, so you're winning in this endgame. Their knight slides here to c4. You have the white pieces. You have knight d6 for a fork. And it does win a rook cleanly. And yeah, the knight has to move, so why not move and win a rook? Seems like the most logical thing to do. Taking this now feels like the second most logical thing to do. As you get rid of some of their advantage. Now... oh, rook takes guarding. And then up, because you don't want to lose the pawn. That's kind of hard to win. King up instead. Yep. You see the king takes here on g2. We could have... so, oh, okay. If you go queen g4, which is my first thought, they could go bishop to g3. So that wouldn't work. I think you have to get in their face and go rook to f2. If they take, the queen could take. They could go queen h3. Oh, that's where I'm stuck. Because after queen h3, I don't really see how. Oh, maybe it's just queen h3 immediately. Because they can't go to g1. They have to go to h1. And then rook f1, rook captures f1, queen captures f1. That is checkmate. So here, rook down, mate in the corner. Despite you being down a decent amount of material, this one here, their rook is hanging. It's about what you take it with. You have two options. You can take with the rook or the queen. If you take with the rook, I think you have to take with the queen. Because the rook, it allows two options. And I think they're both actually defended. Either way that you would take this way. Back, you can't even check again. So I think you take with the queen. They slide over. You would check. Wait, no. Here, over. I think this is the first. Yeah, the rook just doesn't work. It's too many moves for the king to make. Now the follow-up, I don't know. You could go, maybe it's queen down. The king slides up, rook down. Here. And then here. The only thing is, after they go here, check. Well, I'm going to go for this. And then here for this. And that's winning. Yep. Alright, you see their pawns here in the center? We have bishop in. Yeah, this is an unstoppable tactic. It's bishop here first. And the problem is, you have queen here. But you don't have queen here immediately, right? If you just go queen here, they can take. But you'll take the bishop first and then go queen in. And they can't get enough defenders around the pieces. Alright, their king has slid here after a check with the rook. With the king being so open, you know you have to have forcing moves. So rook takes on c2 is my first thought. Now the question is, do you go c5 or a5? And obviously, c5 is the first assumption because you want your queen involved. Yeah, you would have to, because if you go here instead, they can just go back. So you have to go c5. And now you have to go here. And then queen here. The other way, I'll show it real quick. You can't do what you need to do, right? Because if you go a5, they can just go back. And now there's no queen here check. Whereas the other way that we just saw, if you push the better way, there is a queen here check, which is checkmate. Alright, we're sitting at 38, I believe. Yes, we have 38. That is a pretty good spot. Pretty good spot. We are now, what's the math? 24 away from my personal best. Rook c7 seems unstoppable. With rook to h7 on the way. Yeah, this is unstoppable. That's all you have to find. Rook takes instantly. Double. Wait. I've done this recently, and it was a little bit different. What's going on, Sorvell? How you doing? How are you doing today? If the rook slides in, they can take rook over, but they can blockade. So it's not quite the same as the last few times I've done it. Ah, you go rook back here? Wait, how do you do this one? Do you just win the queen? Because you can't checkmate from what I'm seeing. I think you just win the queen, because rook down, they take. Rook over, they block. If you take over, check over. Wait, take. They go over here, check over here. No, it was a checkmate there. Finished up stream. Do you stream chess or you stream something else? It is that. Oh, I saw that. I said that. So I was like, well, that doesn't seem like it's that good. But it was that good. It was winning. I was incorrect. Ah, okay. How'd the stream go? And what do you stream on? Yeah, we can go king h4. Or rook here. Rook here is crazy. Yeah, because there's a checkmate idea. So king slides over. We can only go here legally. And now you take this. And now you're winning. Alright, the bishop's going to slide here to g4. You could go knight captures if they take. You take. Oh, can you go here now? So take. If they take your queen, you take. And there's no way to win that. But you could do this here. Fork and then capture. Alright, let's show why they can't just go king over. Because I think I've had this puzzle before. And I was kind of confused the last time too. I think the issue is you can just save the bishop. Yeah, here, queen b3. And you're up a pawn, but you have this dominant position. Feels like almost a Londonish setup, but it's e4 push. But e4 is pushing on London sometimes. But their king is over in this one. I think queen h1 check is the first. Had a great instruct. Oh, so do you teach people how to play? Like, is it for beginners or is it for or anyone can join in? Yeah, queen h1. And you do lessons or do you play games and like explain it? I'm very interested. But queen h1 check. If the king comes forward, I think his rook captures g2. So check here. Rook takes check. I guess not. The queen just keeps sliding. Unfortunate. Well, we're at 41. Alright. We're at 41. We have two incorrect. 2 strikes. Let us please continue. Man, their pawn has gone forward. If we go queen, now queen there doesn't do anything. Take doesn't do anything. Check if they push. Take, take. Maybe here. And then take. And then take. And then you're going to win that eventually. Rook's going to slide forward. The rook can slide here. They move, take. Yeah, I think you're just faster is the problem. Here. Huh. Which way do you... Is it king or pawn? I would guess... It would have to be pawn, huh? Yeah. And they're too slow to catch up to you there. We're at 43. We have 2 incorrect. But we got 2 straight correct here. Queen can stop short and go to f6. Queen f6. And what do we have now? Bishop over. Check. They go down. Because if you just go back or up. No, no. It's in here. Ah, yeah. I'm missing some mates right now. We get to 43. I think that was more than last time. So I'll take it as a improvement from run after run. But ultimately, not where I want to be. I want to hit this 60. I want to hit this 60. All right. This first one, rook captures d1. And then how did Dania teach? I only saw his commentary. That's where I know him from. Yeah, the rook has gone down. Well, this should be easy. It should be, because it's the third puzzle. So, yeah, it's just rook captures h1. Take, take. All right, take this. Rook down for checkmate. Take. That's actually checkmate. Rook down is mate because it's pinned. Mate here in the corner on h8. Queen slithers in, getting to g2. I'm going to go here and sack the queen here on f8. All right, that's a 40 the last few times. Earn depth, explain concept very easily to people. Wow. Ah, okay, okay. That sounds like someone you would want to emulate for sure. Now, queen here, I think, is the idea. And then down. And then checkmate. All right, cool. The king slides forward. We can go up here to h6. That's mate in 1. Queen slides over. Queen down. Queen down. All right. If we capture the rook, then we can just take the knight at the end, and we'll be up a piece. What's going on, Eli? A blitz match? Yeah, so not today, but like in the future, definitely. Just today I'm just doing puzzles, but yesterday, like every third day I have viewer tournaments, and during those days, definitely down. Either in the tournament or like between rounds or between tournaments, I'm definitely down to do that. Yeah, the rook is here on h3. I think we can take the rook here, and then yeah. Because you just capture the knight. And that being there is not a huge issue. We have the black pieces. The king just sits here. And we go down here to a3. Capture. What's your blitz rating? We go get the queen. It hits a fork here with the knight in. And you take the queen. And you take this. This does not work. Alright, their knight's going to slide here to e5. Check over down for checkmate at the end there. Because the knight's got on the escape square of the king. Perfect. Alright, this is a mate pattern. Check, and then rook can go down. They're going to take here. You can go down because the rook is guarding the knight for moving. So queen a8. You see the rook slides over. You could take here. And then you just take the rook here. Just a number? I hear you, I hear you. Am I in college? Yes, I am in college. Are you in college? But they go here to b4. This looks free. Yes, I think that is free. Take, queen takes, and then rook takes. Alright, we have 21. We have a fork and a mate idea. So knight f4. I don't get why. Oh, this is better. Yeah, because you get to keep the knight. Take, and knight captures. Alright, their pawn's going to push forward. This is just an overloading of the queen almost. You take once, and now this pen you can take again, and the queen falls. Rook down, checkmate, because the pawn and the king work together. I would imagine you have to go to b6. Or where can you go? Oh, you could go bishop c7. Yeah, bishop c7. What do you study? And that's checkmate. After rook captures a3 here. Alright, the king's going to move here. What is this? To g5. Is it h4 as the idea? h4. That's actually, that's just checkmate, yeah. They can't do anything after this. The king is stuck. And the queen's going to slide over. You can take the knight, setting up this rook idea. And you're up a queen for a rook. This next one, on d3, queen can go to f2. The king's going to slide to h1. And then, how'd the semester go for right on the semester? I just got all of my grades back today. Does your school, I guess your semester could still be going on though. But if it is over, how'd it go? But the queen's on d3. I like queen to f2. Check. If the king slides to h1, I honestly don't know. Like what you could do after that. Like queen e1, or queen f2, king h1. You could draw the game. I don't really see why you would want to draw the game though. But I do think this is the first move because it's only check. Oh, it's because I was assuming you can't go here because there are checks, but there's no check they can make, which is pretty crazy. You could just go here. Yeah, and they can't check you at all. You go here and you win the queen. Alright, at 28, you can take this because of the pen, and that's a win. It is also a win. And we're at 30. I think you can sack the rook with the rook to h8. King takes on h8, queen e8, king up, qxf7, king down, and then queen g7 checkmate. Alright, so the next one, their queen's in here on f7, looking at this idea of an a7 pawn falling. Oh, this is a cool one. So you're gonna take, but you don't bring your rook down, right? You're gonna go queen here and then queen here checkmate. Another one that's kind of cool. You're gonna take this rook, take this. It's like aesthetically pleasing to see that way. G captures f, and we're at 33. Alright, we've been getting here a lot. I think it's just I can't speed through these like I've been doing some of the earlier ones, like like the 10s and 20s, because I definitely can get these. So let's calculate a little bit. Rook to g3 check. If the king slides after queen, I think I just see this though, because if you go rook g3 and the king slides over, rook down. Oh, that's mate because of the pawn there. Yeah, it is here. Because they can't go that way. And now queen here. And you're going to take this. Let me make sure. Can you just take on h5? Helix h5. If the rook slides over, how do you win it? So do you take this instead? Maybe queen captures f6 there. Yeah, take on it on. Yeah, I think you take here. Yeah, there's a checkmate at the end of that, which is not, man, this will not stay close, which will not be there if you do it the other way. So if you take here, there's no mate because of this. But the idea is with this check, they have to go up. Now you can give this check down, and then check over, and then here, and over, and then here. Where you couldn't ping pong like that the other way. But their knight has slid forward in this game. A pretty obvious move is bishop c6. But they oh, it's rook f5. It's the reverse order of where I just had it in my head. It's rook f5 first. Because you're giving a check. They're going to do whatever. You take, they take, and then you go here. Yeah. Take, check, here. Take, here. Let me show that again. Like why some things had to happen. So these are checks. These are forcing moves. If you instead go for this first, they have knight d4. Yeah, knight d4. And now you're losing apparently. King d5. Take. Rook takes. And you just have too bad of a king in comparison to them. So that one's correct. And we're sitting at, what are we sitting at? 35. I believe you just capture the rook. They take, rook takes, king slides, and then you have rook to e1 checkmate. Take, take, checkmate. Alright, next. The queen's going to slide over. You could take it. That feels like that's just not enough. Like, yeah, I guess you could take it. But is that the point? Like, there should be more than just taking the queen. If you take the queen, they take the queen. You could go rook to g4. And then king over. Oh, it's because of bishop a3. And then you win. Oh, you do just take the queen. Yeah. They are actually losing. Because of check. And then check. And then rook down. And this rook does fall here on b8. I'll go to this next one. The queen's here on a4. If queen to f8, rook takes, so no. Probably not there. Probably not there. Oh, you could go bishop to f8. If rook takes, yeah, this does work. And you take, and if they let you stay there, you were to take there on g7 instead, right? So if they just do, like, I don't know why they do that, but that's checkmate, you know? This is also mate, isn't it? Yeah, this is also checkmate. Alright, let's go to this next one. We're sitting at 38. Okay, you win the queen. It's knight here to b5. Yes, they can stop that. But then we have bishop to e5 there for the pin after. Appreciate that, math god. Yeah, here. And then bishop here for the pin now. And we're at 39. Alright, the king's going to slide over. I think you can throw your queen to a3. Alright, this one's a little bit harder. There's a lot going on right now. Your queen's hanging. You have a check. You have a queen and a rook hanging. Like, that's not ideal at all. Throw that. Oh, you can go here. And then if they block, you could take. So if you go here and they move the king over, I have to figure out why that doesn't work. Then I think you could still take. And then they take, and then you could go queen in, and then king moves and rook down. Yeah, I think it's this. We'll see, though. Yeah, it is queen a3. And I'll show the other way, but now you can just take this, right? Because the queen can't move and capture it, and you capture. And the issue with just sliding over, I think you can still take it. Yeah, you can still take. And then you have this check, and then you lose the queen. All right, let's go to this next one. We're sitting at 40, I believe. We have the first 40. This is actually an easy 40 first puzzle. Knight slides in and then queen f7. Alright. Their king's going to go forward. We can go rook to b2 check. Rook b2. The king can slide down. And then rook h2. Rook b2. King slides. Rook h2 attacking the knight. Well, it would have you'd have to check them at some point. I think this would be the point you check them. Rook b2. If the king slides over, oh, if they go here, you'll check again, and then here, and then you go over. Now if they move, you go down and you win the rook. I get it. This is exactly what I was saying too. That's it's not usually I get to show the exact line that was in my head. That's what I saw. But their pawn's on b5. Huh. Where their king is too slow, and my king is not too slow. So we're gonna go up, and then up, and then here, and then here, and they just cannot catch up. And we get to 43. All right, their knight's here on c3. What do we have? We have a knight that can take their knight. Our bishop is not useless, but not useful. There's not much it can do there. The queen can go to f6, but I don't think that's good either. Knight to d2 is an option. Knight back. Knight to g5. Okay. So knight g5, yeah, it's knight g5. Knight g5, if they go queen g4, you have h5. If they go qh4, you have knight f3. And then they take and you take the queen on h4. That makes sense. That makes sense. And then if you... That's the only legal square too. Yeah, perfect. So knight here. Oh, they play there immediately. I think we run into a similar thing where you can go g6 now. And then, yeah, g6. And then bishop back. And if they go queen h4, you could... I'll just show that. If they went queen h4, you had the idea of knight f3, right? So knight there. If they go back, knight f3. And it's just completely lost after queen takes. Alright, we're sitting at 44. Alright, the knight's there on d7. There should be a mate. Queen d6 check. King moves. Well, I think you have to get this up and close. Alright, now the mate is where I'm a little lost. If you give a check here, they can only go there legally, but you can't bring other pieces because the knight is guarding that square. So you give a check, they go over. If you give a check, they just go over again, and then check. And is it maybe you can repeat the position, but I don't know. It feels like there's more than just a repetition. Oh, could you go bishop a6, king a5, queen a3? That's a crazy mate. That actually is mate. No, oh, that's not mate. Oh, well. Maybe it's just a repetition then. I guess it's maybe... Oh, it's here. So what's the difference? If I go here instead... Oh, I saw that. I saw the king moving here. And this is mate. Yeah, this is mate. But they can go... Now I didn't see king a4. Like, I saw the one move it does work. I miss the move that makes it not work, unfortunately. Alright, we're sitting at... What is this? 44. The pawn comes forward. We do just have a passer. So we're just going to push. Up, down. So you just take. And then you go here, and you take this, and you're going to win the game. Alright, their king's going to slide forward. The queen can slide here to e6 check. Or the knight could jump in. Because if you go here and then go over, you can't really mate them. So we can get our knight involved with this check. Now if they go back, the rook's free. And then we can go back here. No, no. The queen is hanging there by the knight. Yeah. As soon as I let it go, I realized that the queen is just free. So, We get those two incorrect. The rook has dropped here to f1. I think we're going to go either queen. Oh, you could go up here. And you queen trade. And you take the bishop. Alright, at 46. Their knight's going to jump. I think you sack. If the king takes. No problem with the sacrifice. If king takes, I don't see how. Oh, you also, the queen's guarding that too. So, a few reasons why that's not ideal, honestly. Knight can go down here. Oh, then here you can go bishop here. Yeah. And they choose to go in the corner. Bishop check. And you take, and that's checkmate. The bishop captures on g7. We can have knight taking on f2. Because right now we're equal material. Well, I guess we're down 2 pawns, but it's equal like pieces, like rook, knight, bishop type of thing. If you take on f2, that's check. They slide. Take, they take. I am missing this. Why is this an okay thing to do? Can you go rook g8 first? Maybe because they can't guard it with a bishop move back. So you can go rook g8. Yeah, and they can't guard the retreat. Now you can go in, and now you can take. Alright, at 48, they go there to g6. We have bishop sliding in. They can move their king up. We're down a piece right now. If the queen goes in, the rook slides. So it has to be bishop. Now we can go queen over. And taking. We are too easy on them. Take with the pawn instead. They push up all the way. Can you... Oh, you can't sack, because if you sack here, queen, knight goes. So we can just keep the diagonal pressure. And then if they go here, you take the knight. So queen back, and you take the knight here. I'll show that real quick. What's going on, GD Flame? Alright, let's show this here. Why can they not... I didn't think they could make this move. Oh, you can take here. Oh, because rook takes h2. And they go here, and then just too weak. Right, it's too weak around the king. I go to the next one. We're at 49 here. Can we get to 50? The bishop's there on f2. We could do... Oh, yeah, you could just go c5. And then the rook's hanging, and the queen's hanging. Oh, wait. Oh, you could... There, if you go c5, there's checkmate. You could take here and then c5, right? Yeah, now c5. And you take this here. All right, at 50. All right, they go bishop g5. Bishop can capture on f2. Check. If the king slides over, what can we do? Bishop captures f2, king to h1. The only move, if you just take the rook, I mean, you would be up the exchange, and that doesn't feel like it's that bad. Knight captures feels better, though. But then they can move their bishop. Yeah, this is more direct. And there's no continuation. You just have to take the rook. Yeah. And now, where do we go to continue? Knight just back. We lose a pawn that way. So I'm not convinced that's the move. Is it just rook f8? Because if you go knight a5, they can go bishop d5. And then it's like, well, that doesn't really work if you do that. I wish there was a way to get a mate. Could you go... No, e4 is just giving up a pawn there. I'm surprised there's a move that's by far the best move. That's what it means when you have to find it. Like, there's only one move that keeps the advantage here. I would not have guessed that. I would have guessed that this is just winning because you won the exchange, but apparently it's not. I would say take on d3, but then they could take on f7. So no. It must look a little weird. f6. I don't know if we can go f6 right now because of the bishop. Let's see. Man, I really don't know. Well, I'm gonna have to take a guess. The best guess I can give myself. If we go queen here, no. So this is a bad move. 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 So I know it's not the queen. All of that is a lot of bad. Knight back? Honestly? No. It's not it. It is. I said e4. It is e4. No way. I just thought after rook takes, it's not good. After rook takes. Is this not? Knight c e5. Wow, I missed the knight connectivity with initiative. And then they go queen g3. And then you just take. Okay. So, all that if you can't take. Alright, so I got to 50 for the final one today, as I do have to eat dinner. That too bad. We almost got to the record. We hit 61. Not quite there, but almost. Thank you all for tuning in. If you want to support, I'm PJ Chess on YouTube. I'm trying to post daily, long-form videos, so some cool stuff on there if you want to check that out. PJ Chess on TikTok, Instagram, and PJ Chess 993 on Twitch. So thank you all for tuning in and watching.